Not a good decision. Jump up and score! 1-0 lead for Canada after Hitch turned the puck over.
On Sports 1440.
Now off the field. In his first period, here's Nylander. Score! Mr. Brown. 2-1 Sweden.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
Well, tremendous Tuesday afternoon. How are you? And welcome to the Jason Gregor Show on Sports 1440 Oilers Nation, YouTube, Facebook, and X. As always, presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website where 100% of the revenue stays right here in the lovely province at PlayAlberta.ca. Of course, sports1440.ca you can listen to there, as well as anywhere where you get to download the app. iHeartRadio, the Radio Player app, or Stingray app, and you can take the show with you wherever you're at. And remember, even if you're in the United States, you can listen. You just need to be on the 5G network. So very, very easy. I hope you're having an awesome day. It was quite the weekend of sports. We got lots to talk about. We are, 52 hours away from the final in Four Nations, Canada, U.S. It's a final we all wanted. And we're going to get it. And now, I don't know if it can live up to the start of Saturday night's game, because let's be honest, wherever you were, if you watched the start of that game, you were into it. Opening face-off, Hagel Kachuk. Ensuing face-off, Kachuk Bennett. The next, 5 seconds they dump the puck in. There's a little bit of a scrum, and then Miller and Parayko go 3 tilts in 9 seconds. That building was going bananas. I'm guessing wherever you were watching it, you were fired up. How could you not be? Now, that wasn't the biggest game in sports in NHL or hockey history. It wasn't the most meaningful game, but the first 10 seconds might have been the most emotionally charged start to an international game than I can recall. I can't think of does anybody even remember the start of the Olympics first 10 seconds? No. You remember the golden goal, right? You'll remember the goal in 2002, right? Mara let it go through his legs. You can remember the overtime goal, Mara Lemieux with Larry Murphy and Gretzky on the odd man rush, sure. But not the first 10 seconds. And I'm telling you, for years, people will remember that. It was electrifying. It was intense. It was the best thing that the NHL could have for wanting to grow their sport in the United States. Canadians already know about the NHL. Canadians know the league. They love it, as you should. But you look at the growth. We talked about this last week. The growth of the NHL, the biggest area of focus should be in the United States. That should be the biggest one, no question. And I look at how that game kind of just everything about it was great. Now, Canada doesn't like the outcome. Ultimately, the outcome, doesn't really matter because both teams are in the final on Thursday, and now it's winner take all. It's the old adage, you can win the battle, you're not going to win the war. And Canada, they didn't have Cale Makar that game. I thought Canada played well overall. I thought they passed up too many of their best chances. Had some really good looks, but then elected to the pretty pass. You heard Cirelli today. When we get looks, shoot. I think you will see a more concerted effort. Now, you don't shoot from anywhere. They're not just going to waste shots, but when you have a good look, take it. And I can't wait. Now, Cale Makar coming back in the lineup, that will obviously be a big boost for the team. No question. There'll be no Charlie McAvoy for the States. And I'm going to go on record as saying this right now. Because to me, when you're confident, you want to beat the best. You don't have to worry about anything. Did you see people? You saw a lot of Americans. Oh, Canada's cheating. Well, they're asking for Harley, blah, blah, blah. Give me a break. Clearly, Makar was sick. Right? Like the minute Theodore got injured, you should bring in an extra player. It shouldn't even matter. And that extra player could play ahead of one of your other defensemen. I don't care. They're on the roster. They can play. So the United States brings in Quinn Hughes. I don't care. Put him in the lineup. If I'm the Canadian team, I'll be like, great. We'll beat you with Quinn Hughes. So they don't have to hear any excuses as to why you lost the game. That's how I view it. Bring in Quinn Hughes. Awesome. It's supposed to be the best players. Put in the best player. I don't care. And if I was Canada, they're not going to be intimidated. Like, oh my goodness, they play Quinn Hughes. We got no chance. Nope. Play well. And I think Canada will have an excellent chance to win that game. Lots of stretches in that game against the U.S. on Saturday. And, the U.S. talked about how, for them, they felt like it was the perfect game. Canada's not going to pass up that many opportunities next time. Do I think there's going to be that many tilts off the start? Probably not, but I hope I'm wrong. I'd love this. Like, it's in Boston. They're going to want to be fired up. They want to get the crowd into it. Now, Boston's a hockey town, man. They got a lot of good fans there. So they'll be fired up. There'll be a lot of Canadians. It's close if they can get there. Man, the weather out east right now is nuts. In Montreal, they had 40 centimeters their first dump, and then on Saturday, they had 50. That is a lot of snow in a short period of time. Then you see the weather. You see what that terrible crash landing in Toronto. Thankfully, no one died in that crash. But weather's a little bit of a challenge right now. Either way, though, hopefully everybody who has tickets can get to the game on Thursday, and it should be a hell of a game. So we'll talk about that. I want to get your thoughts. Think about the best start, not the best game, but the best start to a game that you can recall. 833-401-1440, 833-401-1440 in our EWL inbox. I'm curious, is there a game internationally that matches up to that automatically you remember the start? Because we remember lots of games. But do you remember the start like that? And honestly, it's going to be easy to recall that many years later. Like I've seen, line brawls. Remember the Flames Canucks game? Everybody remembers that. But it was the brawl. It all happened once. And it was over. Now I know Tortorella later on went down the hallway, get all that. But that was like one time. You have one shift, then you have the next shift, then you have the next shift. It just kept building and building. It was amazing. Oh, I loved it. Conman, what about you?
Yeah, I was all on board. And hey, what was my prediction? U.S. gets the win and Canada gets the revenge when it matters. But it was fantastic. And I put it out there on Twitter. I wish I would have tweeted it a little earlier. Later on in the night, I said, that was the best thing to happen against blank. The amount of eyes, the amount of big name football analysts, basketball analysts, everybody was saying, this is amazing. Go watch it. Eyes were turned to it because of those fights to get the game going. And, the intensity was there. It was unbelievable. I would ask you that. What was the best thing the NHL's done to get people to watch their game before this? This tournament, in hindsight, it's looking genius because of just the start of that game and then, the great hockey that followed it afterwards.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? That's a good start because you need to get emotion, right? You need to get and there is people probably watching that who aren't hockey fans, and they're just like, what is going on here? Right? Geez, it's never ending. And then you have McDavid score an electrifying goal, and they're just like, okay, that player is pretty good. And then, hey, in the United States, what was great about that was they won because the U.S. are front runners. They are. They love to be first. And if they're not first in something, they like to downplay that it's not that important. Right? They love NFL because they're the best nation. And right, there's outside of North America, not a lot of people play football. At least the football kind that we know. They play football with their feet in Europe. Throw in basketball, right? Throw in baseball. They feel like, they're the best. And really they are. That no one's taking down Team USA for the most part at the Olympics when it's best on best. They're winning. Fine. Other nations are close. Just like Canada and hockey, other nations are close. But at the end, Canada wins. And they're not like that in hockey. They won in 1980, right? And it wasn't best on best, but they won. Now, they did win in 96, but that's almost 30 years ago. And hockey's been growing, make no mistake. That helped it. But it would, for U.S. hockey, a win on Thursday would be massive. Massive. Canada hockey, I'm not sure a win other than pride is going to change much for our country in hockey. It's always going to be passionate about hockey. But for the U.S., a victory like that would be huge. And that's kind of what they're waiting for. And the non-hockey fan, if they win, suddenly they're like, okay, it's something to be more proud of. Great. It's not going to happen. But for them, if it does happen, it would be a big deal. There's no question about it. It would be a big deal. And it's what the NHL wants for growth. But you know what? As long as it's a competitive game and it's got a few big hits, because that was the other thing. It had the fights. It had big hits. Like Charlie McAvoy had some pretty clean, hard hits on McDavid, right? Which is great. That's what you want. You want to see all the best parts of the game. Tenacity, speed, skill, ferociousness. It all came to a perfect blend on Saturday. How many of you are already making plans for Thursday? I know you are. You're a hockey fan. You're like, I know exactly where I want to be. How am I going to ensure that I can get home if I can at 6:20? And if not, I'm recording the game. Please don't tell me where anything else. You'll ride home in silence. Maybe you'll put your playlist on so you don't get interrupted. And away you go. It's going to be great. So we'll talk about that on the show today. Also, Vladdy Guerrero. Is this the swan song for Vladdy Guerrero and the Toronto Blue Jays? Well, it kind of seems so. As he said he wasn't going to negotiate during the season. Said today they didn't come to an agreement. So now the Jays will have to compete with 29 other teams in free agency. Not a great look for the Toronto Blue Jays. Here's my question, though. Are any Jays fans surprised that management couldn't get a deal done on Vladdy Guerrero? They'll go out there and offer massive money for players who have yet to play a game for them. Shohei Ohtani, Juan Soto. But they won't offer a Guerrero similar money. Now, you could argue he's not worth similar money. Fair. I think Juan Soto is going to end up being a big overpay. My own opinion on that. But it just kind of illustrates that they don't have much of a plan. Our plan is we're going to pay these guys, and guess what? If we got one of them, Connor, it was going to solve everything. It wouldn't have. You need other players to win. And when Vladdy Guerrero said, part of his free agency is going somewhere to win, I believe that to a point. I think a lot of it has to do with money. And right now, LA, although who knows, maybe they will just decide to sign him. They're signing everybody. It's kind of embarrassing for the league, in my opinion. But that's not a great look for the Toronto Blue Jays. Not a surprise, though. I didn't think they'd get a deal done when it came down to the wire. And he said they weren't even close. Asked, are you close? No. Simple one-word answer. So I guess my question is, Cons, does he finish the season with the Jays, or does he get traded midseason?
Well, I mean, that's going to be a question I might ask you guys later on in the show. My opinion, if you don't get that contract done, I think you have to make a trade. And I hate it. Like, I don't want to see him gone. I don't know why the team is hesitant to spend the money. There's no salary cap in baseball. Look what the Dodgers, Yankees, Mets, Padres do. You can hand out that money. I think he got it. Maybe I'll pay a little more for my cell phone. Let's keep Vladdy in town. But no, I think that you can't let him walk. You can't have a situation where he just hits free agency and is gone for nothing. So if you don't have, huge confidence that he's going to be back with the Toronto Blue Jays, you move him before the deadline and get some assets for him. You have to do it. Same with Bo Bichette.
Hey, Gregor, DNB thinks the fight's at the opposite of growing the game. Well, he's allowed his opinion, and I think he'd be grossly incorrect on that statement. Grossly incorrect. If you confuse raw emotion with stage fighting, I can't help you. They're not even close. These are the two countries in North America with their best players. Okay? These guys are top-line guys on most NHL teams. Stop it. It's not growing the game. Give me a break. Now, you want to say you don't like fighting, then just say you don't like fighting. Don't come up with some claim that, that's going to hurt the game. Based on what? Based on what? That fans don't like raw emotion? Give me a break. Not even close. Give me one reason why that would not grow the game. That entire game. From start to finish, which includes everything. You're telling me that the 9 seconds of fighting meant people are like, I'm not going to watch. I don't like this. Please. Please. Hey, guys, Doug Wade opening face-off draw and split the Flames. D and scored. Marty. It's a good game. right? In the Battle of Alberta. But was that more exciting than this? Honestly. Hey, guys, just a thought. I love the opening sequence. Good on the Kachuk brothers for starting the game off with a bang. That said, I couldn't help take note of who they identified as dance partners, each grabbing a guy they have 20 pounds on. I don't know if they'd have squared up if Kane is the guy who's lining up against him. Miller grabbed Parayko, who's about a foot taller than him. But then again, Parayko's only had one fight, so likely thought he was safe enough, notwithstanding punching his own helmet off. I take the Kachucks on my team, but I don't have to like them. From Chris. Well, keep in mind, Chris, so it's Matthew Kachuk's not a fighter. Like, let's be honest here. Who's Matthew Kachuk fight? Brendan Hagel's a gamer. I don't mind that at all. Now, Brady Kachuk and Sam Bennett, again, Sam Bennett's tough as nails. I don't think it's like who else was Matthew Kachuk going to call to fight at that play that would have fought him? That's the other thing. So let's go down the list. Brad Marchand, Nathan McKinnon, Connor McDavid, Braden Point, Cirelli, Crosby, Mitch Marner, Mark Stone, like maybe Stone, but who else? Right? Like, there's not a lot of other options, right? Hagel was more than willing to dance. Did he look nervous? Not at all. So I don't have a problem with it. You got to go with guys that you think are willing to go. Like Miller went after Parayko. By the way, Colton Parayko looked very comfortable in that tilt. Smart, right? He was going with the uppercuts because he knows, hey, much better chance not to break my hand. So I don't mind it at all. I love it. Hey, guys, closest I can think of is the Bears and Colts Super Bowl. Different sport, but I'll always remember that start from J Mac. Oh, that's right. Devin Hester, opening kick, back when the kickoffs actually, were in play, and he took it the distance. Bears still lost, but it was a hell of a start. All right, it's a good one. Hey, guys, Hagel took a step up in Canadian hockey folklore, no question, from Halt Salsa. Probably his answer today, too, about it, which was nice. I like it. The rivalry is not going anywhere. Canada-U.S. This rivalry is only going to get bigger. Right? And that's great. It's awesome. And, man, I can't wait for Thursday. Guys, biggest thing for the NHL since 1996 World Cup. Good hockey, USA. Success from Doug. Well, they won, Doug. And that's the thing. If they don't win on Thursday, it doesn't have the same. Now, it'll still help your sport for sure. And if it's a really close game, like the worst thing would be a Canadian blowout, honestly. A Canada tight win, it's exciting, it's nerve-wracking, great. That's what Canadians want. Now, of course, secretly, you probably want a blowout, but if we look at the bigger picture, blowout's probably the worst thing you want. Close game, has everybody on the edge of your seat. Canada wins because I think they're better. Regardless of that game, I still think they're better. That would be great. Hey, guys, I listen to ESPN Radio in the morning. I've never heard them talk hockey, but today they even had pundits on from Thumba. There you go. Well, exactly, man. And that's, and that's the start of the conversation. And then you keep it going, right? And now it's up to the NHL to keep doing things to help it going, right? Get your players out there, right? Get Matthew Kachuk, Brady Kachuk in commercials in the U.S. Do things that are going to keep them relevant. That's what they need to do. Coming up on the show today, Scott Burnside will join us. We'll talk Four Nations. Mike Wilner, a longtime reporter for the Jays. Oof, is this just going to be like dead man walking all season for the Jays and Vladdy Guerrero? Dave McCarthy will be by. We got Struddy. We'll hear from Spec and DVD. TR, Ryan's Rant on a busy Tuesday edition of the Gregor Show. Sports 1440, sports1440.ca. Motors Nation YouTube, Facebook, and X. As always, presented by PlayAlberta.ca.
Edmonton's premium live music and party venue is
On the Rocks.
Check out Bingo Tunes on Monday. Perform on the best stage in town with karaoke on Wednesdays. Learn how to salsa with Salsa Rocks on Thursdays. And every weekend, OTR goes live.
With your favorite bands on the OTR stage and DJ Kenny K.
For everything that's going on at On the Rocks, give us a follow.
Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter.
At On the Rocks, EDM.
Eat well, party hard.
On the Rocks.
On the Rocks.
On the Rocks. Open every day till 2 a.m.
At Leading Edge Physiotherapy, we believe in the wisdom of Patch Adams. Treat a disease, you win, you lose. Treat a person, I guarantee you'll win no matter what the outcome. We don't treat conditions, we treat people. From personalized treatment plans to compassionate care, we're committed to helping you achieve your goal. That's why hands-on techniques, unique technologies, and a commitment to hiring amazing people mixed with friendly, fun neighborhood environments. And ta-da! No, it's not magic. It's about being human. Sometimes being human hurts, but life shouldn't hurt. LeadingEdgePhysio.com.
You got a go-to coffee spot, a trusted barber, even a lucky game day jersey. But when it's about looking your absolute best, there's only one name you need. Mr. Dirk, family run since 1939. We're experts in crafting impeccable tailor-made suits and offering a wide variety of everyday styles. Pair that with personalized one-on-one fittings and the convenience of on-site tailoring. Mr. Dirk, elevate your style game. Visit our Edmonton store or explore MrDirk.com. Score big on style with Mr. Dirk.
Attention drivers, it's the midwinter tire clearance sale at Fountain Tire. Right now, you can save up to 20% off all in-stock winter tires. That's right, premium brands, unbeatable safety, and incredible savings. But don't wait, this sale ends March 8th. And once they're gone, they're gone. Contact your local Fountain Tire for complete details.
Your courtside seat awaits on Sports 1440. I'm Paul Sir, and I host the basketball show every Saturday morning from 10 to noon on Edmonton's sports leader, Sports 1440. Don't miss it. I'll catch you this weekend.
Getting your vehicle sparkling clean doesn't have to cost a fortune. Take it into Hughes today and pay just loonies a wash.
Find us at hughescarwash.com.
You've probably heard the word rehab before, but when GS Construction talks about rehab, we mean bringing aging infrastructure back to life. Water and sewer systems that keep our communities flowing. GS Construction needs skilled pros who know how to get it done safely and efficiently, and that's why we're hiring. If you're a foreman or a pipe layer, apply to a company that's building for Edmonton and area for 2025. Join a team that's as solid as the infrastructure we restore. Visit gsconstruction.ca and join our crew today. Experience more at the Edmonton Expo Center. Come for Canada's largest trade show, the biggest names in entertainment, exhilarating sporting events, and more. Stay for the experience. But it doesn't end there. Maximize your brand exposure with Edmonton Expo Center's new cutting-edge feature screens, spanning Western Canada's largest venue space. Captivate an annual audience of over 1 million visitors during iconic events like Pro Rodeo, Disney on Ice, Glow, K-Days, and so much more. To learn more, call 780-660-0514 or visit edmontonexpocenter.com today.
Introducing the new McSpicy from McDonald's. It looks like a regular chicken sandwich, but it's actually a spicy chicken sandwich. McSpicy. Consider yourself warned. Limited time only. Participate in McDonald's in Canada.
Excavators, loaders, lifts, compaction equipment, and more. Find the XCMG construction equipment you need. Available for rental or sale at Japa Machinery Group. Japa, helping build Alberta from the ground up for 50 years. Visit japamachinery.com.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Crystal Glass, your clear choice for residential windows, locally manufactured and installed. Crystal Glass provides a beautiful product and incredible customer services for all of your residential needs. Call 310 Glass or visit crystalglass.ca for a quote.
.223. Welcome back. Jason Gregor, Connor Halley, Sports 1440. Oilers Nation, YouTube, Facebook, and X. As always, the Gregor Show presented by PlayAlberta.ca, where you can get in the game. It is Tuesday. That's right. Another short week, boys and girls. And Lotto Max, your opportunity, $30 million up for grabs. Good luck. Get your tickets at PlayAlberta.ca. It's basically $1 million for every minus in the weather right now. God, this cold snap can end anytime. Hey, good news. Looks like it's going to break on Thursday. Woo. It's been like almost a consistent month of like minus 20 or worse. Woo. I don't mind the cold weather, but come on, enough's enough. So hopefully warm trends are coming. I do know one thing, the hockey game for diehard hockey fans, they'll be paying attention. They'll be watching. I have no doubt in my mind this will be the most watched game in the U.S. this year, and there'll be a lot of Canadians. There's a lot of pride on the line on Thursday night as we go around the NHL, brought to you by McDonald's. And hey, just like at McDonald's, the Big Mac David, a little bit better than the quarter pounder Poppy, which is still good. But just like the tournament on the ice, McDavid has been better. And you can try out the whole showdown menu for a limited time right now at McDonald's, as we are joined by a longtime NHL writer, was inducted in the writer category there recently in the Hockey Hall of Fame. Scott Burnside joins us. Scotty, welcome back to the show, my man. How you doing?
I'm doing very well. I can tell you it's very cold here in Boston. Very bright and sunny, but cold and windy here. And yes, I think it's the the frigid temperatures between Canada and the United States. It sets up very nicely, I think, for Thursday evening here.
Oh yeah, it's like obviously it's nothing like 72 or 80 or anything like that, but it's the most strained off of the hockey between these two nations in quite some time, and that just adds to it. I think you get a lot more people on the Canadian side for sure that are hey, you know what, Canada proud right now. The game itself on Saturday, Scott, was probably everything the NHL wanted. You know what? It starts with all sorts of emotion. You get non-hockey fans watching. And then really for growth in the U.S., they need to win a game every now and then against Canada. So they win that one. And obviously it would be the utopia would be for them to win. But Canada, I don't think they got dominated in that game. I don't think they played their best. I thought they didn't shoot on some of their best scoring chances. And you even heard Cirelli and others today say, one of their biggest changes in their game plan will be when you get a look, finish it.
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt about that. And you're absolutely right. I mean, Connor Halley was excellent. It's why he's going to win a second straight Vezina Trophy. But I will tell you, watching that game, especially when Dylan Larkin had scored to put the U.S. up 2-1, it did remind me a little bit of watching Canada play in Sochi back in 2014. And that was, a team that was so sound defensively and played with such structure and discipline. Even though they didn't blow teams out in Sochi, I don't ever recall watching the game going, oh my God, Canada could lose this game. It didn't happen because they were so well coached. They were so well built, and they just locked people down. And I tell you, I thought the way the Americans played, had a couple of opportunities. I thought Jordan Binnington, I know there's been some discussion about, his level of play, et cetera. He stopped the game from becoming out of reach, made a couple stops when it was 2-1, and ultimately they scored an empty net goal. But I just thought the way the Americans locked down was very Canadian-like, and I'm curious to see, what happens on Thursday. If a team gets up a goal or even two, I suppose, can you lock it down? Or is this going to be one of those games where maybe we see a little bit more offense, a little bit more punch, counter punch? Because my guess is you're going to need 4 to win on Thursday night. That's just my gut tells me we'll see a little bit more offense. And, to your point, I think Canada will be a little bit more or less judicious in their shot opportunities. I think you'll see a lot more pucks on the net in the hopes of creating some rebounds and traffic and things like that. So my guess is we'll see a little bit more offense on Thursday.
Well, I hope you're right, because I honestly think promoting the game is better when there's lead changes and there's just more goals. It adds even more emotion. As much as the fights add emotion every now and then, that's great, but so do goals. And I hope you're right. That there's a few more of them. I've said it. I said, you know what? Let Quinn Hughes play. I don't care if you're on the roster. You should be able to play. If they want to dress Thomas Harley for Canada, I have no issue with it. It's a small tweak for the next tournament. The minute someone's injured and they're done for the tournament, this replacement is on the roster and he can play at any point. That to me would be the easiest, most sensible solution.
Yeah, there's all kinds of, I think you have to remember this tournament was put together in a very short time frame, relatively speaking. And I know, talking to Marty Walsh and Gary Bettman when they were talking about the international calendar in Montreal and how, of course, we're going to the Olympics next year. Then 2 years after that, a full World Cup of hockey with a minimum of 8 teams. My guess is you'll see Olympic-sized rosters then. I know there was some discussion, that would have solved everything, right? Here you can have 26 guys. That's your roster. Play them however you want to play them. Now, it hasn't worked out that way. And now, Quinn Hughes being here does, raise the the eyebrows a little bit because, of course, with one of the game's best defensemen on, I'm with you. The best players should be playing, but my guess is it won't happen that way. But we're going to find out in the next 48 hours whether there's a way for Team USA to get Quinn Hughes in that lineup Thursday night. My guess is they won't, just the way the rules have come out.
Yeah. Looking at the tournament overall, Scott, how have you enjoyed it thus far? Better than you expected? What you expected?
Well, I think there was a lot of unknown about it, and having been there when the players arrived, a week and a half ago or whatever it was, right after Super Bowl in Montreal, the thing that struck me was immediately how much players wanted to be there, how excited they were to play, how excited they were to, play in this kind of event, knowing that it's not a full best on best, but these rosters were, for the most part, the best that each of these four nations could ice using NHL players. And I think that's the real mark for me. And I think, maybe there was some skepticism when Alex Pietrangelo pulled out from Vegas, and would it set a kind of, a snowball effect with other players. We see this with All-Star, right? Guys, lots of guys don't want to go to All-Star. That's the reality. But what you didn't see here was that kind of reaction. Guys wanted desperately to be here. And for me, the perfect illustration of that is Drew Doughty. And, I do some work for the LA Kings, and I was on the Kings dad trip, probably a week before the final rosters had been named. And I know how much Drew Doughty wanted to be named. I know that he worked so hard to get back from his broken ankle. It meant the world to him to be able to go to Montreal and to watch his face. And to me, that's what, if you're looking for a sign, well, is it made up? Do they care? And this isn't like, an All-Star when the winning team get $1 million or whatever. There's nothing artificial about this. And I think that's what has made the event so successful. And I think that bleeds into the style of hockey you've seen on the ice and how the fans are responding to it. And of course, that game in Montreal on Saturday night, and then of course setting up the rematch on Thursday. It really, I don't think anyone could have expected it to go any better than it has, and that's pretty darn good.
Yeah, that's totally fair. Scott Burnside joins us. The Charlie McAvoy injury, obviously, that's going to be a blow to the U.S., just like Cale Makar was on Saturday. But Makar came back in, and Canada looked very, for 55 minutes of that game against Finland, they were in complete control. And then, give the Finns credit. They scored 3 goals, 2 of them late with the extra attacker on, and, made it a little more heart-pounding than some Canadian fans and maybe the players wanted. But did you see anything in that game against Finland? And I know that their defense core is not close to the U.S., but just in how Canada, I like the new lines. I said it all along from the start of the tournament. Braden Point's in my top 6 all day, every day. And I like that he finally found himself there. It's, it's his head coach. You think he knows how good he is. Do you see any lineup changes from that game, or is Seth Jarvis just going to have to stay sitting out again?
Yeah, I would be shocked if Seth Jarvis comes back in, and no harm, no foul there. I thought Seth Jarvis was excellent against the Swedes in the first game, but you know what? There's the fact that Travis Konechny has come back into the lineup. I think he's probably listen. Seth Jarvis plays way bigger than his stature. If he comes back into the lineup, I'm sure he'll be fine. But I'd be shocked if there's any kind of change in terms of who sits, who doesn't sit for Team Canada. And it will be interesting because John Cooper is, he hasn't been afraid to move the lines around. And I know that there's been, where's the best place for Sidney Crosby? And I think it's playing with Nathan McKinnon. I think that's been borne out. And especially Saturday, if you get down a goal, what does that look like in terms of your bench? And, John Cooper talked about it after the loss to the Americans and how there were so many guys that didn't get on the ice in that last 5 or 6 or 7 minutes in the third period. Guys, and guys are still supportive and they're cheering and all those kinds of things. How does Mike Sullivan for Team USA? How does John Cooper for Team Canada? When do you shorten that bench? When do you go into overload mode, and where you're just running, Nathan McKinnon, Connor McDavid, and Sidney Crosby, and Braden Point, or whatever your top six is going to be look like. Roll them out every other line, or 2 out of 3 lines. I think that's the question. Pending how the game unfolds, because you also want, each team has such good players that do you take advantage of fresh legs? If you've got guys like Brad Marchand or Brandon Hagel, if they don't play a lot, do you sneak them in a close game because maybe they haven't played as much? I think that's one of the great, sort of questions for the coaching matchup on Thursday night is how do you use your depth, and when do you go away from it? When do you just go with your big guys?
Yeah, it's always a challenge. And the thing is, Sidney Crosby, I don't think he liked his game against the U.S. on Saturday, right? He had the crucial giveaway that led to the Dylan Larkin goal, didn't have a shot on goal. And I look at Crosby's career, I would expect, like an on-point game from him. We saw McDavid and McKinnon both come out firing against the Finns. I think it's going to be a great matchup for them. When you look at it from a matchup perspective, do you see any specific matchups that you think the U.S. will want now with the last change at home ice against Canada?
Yeah, I don't know if it's, so much, line versus line. I'm curious to see, because both Matthew and Brady Tkachuk, have been a bit dinged up. Guys didn't play. Brady came out of the lineup fairly early in the game, the meaningless game against Sweden yesterday. Obviously losing Charlie McAvoy, hits in on Connor McDavid, seen as a real turning point after McDavid had gone around McAvoy to score that beautiful Canadian goal. Can the Americans bring the same level of physicality that they did on Saturday in Montreal? And I think that's the real question. Because if they can't, I think that plays into Canada's strength, right? Because then you can go, speed, skill. You can work that to your advantage if you aren't being rocked all the time. Now, the Americans are still going to want to do that. Can they do it with the way their team, in terms of their health-wise and just how the tournament is unfolded? I think that's, one of the important parts to watch on Thursday.
Scott Burnside joins us. Scott, just overall for the NHL, that you see, they're getting lots more conversation. ESPN in the mornings talking about hockey, which is obviously a good thing for the U.S. If they lose, does all this momentum stop, or do you think they've done enough here to at least gain a little bit of traction moving forward?
Yeah, it's a really good question, and I don't know that it matters so much, because what the narrative, win or lose, the narrative will continue seamlessly into the build-up to Italy in 2026. And I think that's the great thing about this tournament, is you don't have to wait for 2 years, right? We're not waiting 2 or 3 years for another event to come around and where, the rosters will be completely different. Listen, when we get to Italy a year from now, a lot of these rosters, especially for Canada and the United States, I think, because they've had success, it will look fairly similar. And it may be different. Now, the Finns had the injuries, so that was a real thing. The Swedes brought in some older guys. My guess is in Italy, given their failure to get to the final game, that Swedish team will look a lot younger and faster than this team did here in Montreal and Boston. But I think win or lose, I think that you'll be able to have the discussion about who really stands on top of the hockey mountain, Canada or the U.S. And you can have that discussion and with legitimate claims on either side of it as you head into the Olympics a year from now. And so I don't know that it really matters if you win or lose on Thursday. I can tell you, though, it means an awful lot to both sides. Neither of these teams wants to be having this discussion for the next year. Hey, you couldn't get it done in Boston. Can you get it done in Italy? And no one wants that. And that's a real thing, too. But it will definitely, I think the fact that we're going to move into it pretty quickly probably means that it doesn't hurt the overall impact of this tournament, and then looking into the future of best on best, which now seems to be set in stone every 2 years, which, boy, given what we've seen with this tournament, how great is that to think about what might happen every 2 years with the best players in the world facing off?
Well, it should be fun. I look forward to the game. I'll be stunned if it doesn't live up to the hype of the game. I think everybody on both sides is excited to see it. There's there's a slight, I'm not going to say a political uproar. There's slight little noise right now, obviously, with the annex talk, and it just gets Canadians fired up, as it should be. And I think that just adds to it. And Scott, it's going to be, I'll say this pretty confidently, I think it'll probably be the most watched game this season, this year in Canada, U.S. combined.
Yeah, no question. It's going to be fun. Like who doesn't want, it's been such a great talking point, and the players are so into it. And, the coaches, listen, Mike Sullivan and John Cooper have done an amazing job of selling the game, and the way they describe their lineups and their teams. And it's been a ton of fun. In the middle of a long season, and just past the halfway point of a long season, boy, this has been a true breath of fresh frozen air. There's no question about it.
Yeah. Appreciate it, man. Have a great day.
All right. Talk to you soon.
That is Scott Burnside joining us from Boston, a little under the weather, but he showed up. Hey, that's what you have to do. It's a big game. So we like it. But yeah, I talked to Frank. We did our pod today for Daily Face Off. And now he flies a lot. He says he's never been on a flight. He went from Montreal to Boston that was that much turbulence the entire flight. Like it is supremely windy in Boston right now. And he said, like, lots of people, like, he doesn't mind flying. Like, he's an okay flyer, doesn't have a problem with it. But he goes, man, like, you're white knuckling it the whole way. It was brutal. So, oh, man, I couldn't believe Brownie was on that plane. He might have passed out. Like, we say that facetiously, obviously, guys who have fears of flying, like, it's no joke. But yeah, it's just some pretty extreme weather going on right now. And in the Eastern Front, some huge snowstorms and lots of wind. And hopefully everybody's safe, and by the winds die down, but the intensity ratchets up come Thursday. I can't wait. It should be awesome. Let's take a quick break. Jason Gregor, Connor Halley with you on Sports 1440, Oilers Nation, YouTube, Facebook, and X. When we come back, we're talking all exciting story. And now there's one. If you're a fan of this team, you probably felt like you took a kick in the nards today. We'll discuss it next on The Gregor Show, presented by PlayAlberta.ca.
Hey, did you know you can get a free drink today?
Nice. I love free drinks.
Yeah, Booster Juice called your name today on the Booster Rewards app. So you get a free smoothie, booster mixer, or fresh juice.
Well then, why are we still sitting here just talking about it?
Watch for your name on the Booster Rewards app and social media. 2 names every day, all February long. Must be a Booster Rewards app member. For complete details, visit boosterjuice.com.
Hockey is back, and Play Alberta, Alberta's #1 sportsbook and official partner of the Edmonton Oilers, has you covered with bigger offers, boosted odds, live betting, player props, and more. New to Play Alberta, new players now receive $200 in free bets just for signing up. You already play? Get a $10 free bet for every $100 you bet every week all season long. Visit playalberta.ca and make your picks today. Bonus terms and conditions apply.
Dang. Last season, you bought new clubs to fix your game. You spent the entire season trying to learn how to hit with your magic clubs. And guess what? Dang. They didn't help your game. Now you're convinced it's your swing, but it really is your clubs. Even though you were told the ones you bought were the best ever made, if they were, you would have gotten better. Every day at Fitted Golf, we continue to prove the right clubs make all the difference in the world. From beginners to pros, Fitted Golf makes all the difference. Yes, fittedgolf.ca.
It's the season for love, and you're about to fall hard for the vehicle of your dreams. Presenting the outstanding 2025 XC90 from Volvo Cars Edmonton. Right now, you can lease your 2025 XC90 plug-in hybrid from 1.49% and save $4,600. Or finance a 2025 XC60 from 1.49% and save $1,500. All while being deeply infatuated by the newly upgraded, highly attractive body and wheel design. Volvo Cars Edmonton. VolvoCarsEdmonton.com. 1205 101 Street Southwest.
You've got a go-to coffee spot, a trusted barber, even a lucky game day jersey. But when it's about looking your absolute best, there's only one name you need. Mr. Dirk. Family run since 1939. We're experts in crafting impeccable tailor-made suits and offering a wide variety of everyday styles. Pair that with personalized one-on-one fittings and the convenience of on-site tailoring. Mr. Dirk. Elevate your style game. Visit our Edmonton store or explore MrDirk.com. Score big on style with Mr. Dirk.
Adventure just doesn't stumble into your life. It roars to life with Riverside Motorsports. Tearing up trails or cruising the open road. Yamaha ATVs, side-by-sides, motorcycles, and dirt bikes deliver the performance you crave. Built for thrills, ready for your next adventure. Yamaha's legendary performance and reliability take you you there. Make Mother Nature your playground on a Yamaha from Riverside Motorsports, located on St. Albert Trail. RideRiverside.com. Riverside Motorsports. What you do for fun is our business.
You know, this year I can't decide what to work on for my New Year's resolution. It's my confidence, my appearance, or my general happiness.
Why not improve all three by finally addressing your hair loss? Hi, I'm Dr. Vancelia. Receding hairlines and bald spots can chip away at your self-image, make you look older, and feel unattractive. Let's discuss your options for regaining a full natural head of hair and make this the year you get your mojo back. Book a free first consultation today at drvancelia.com.
Don't settle for being on the rate of last resort if you don't have to be. Check your most recent electricity bill. If it says the words rate of last resort on it, then there are likely better options available for you. In fact, you could save hundreds of dollars per year by switching plans. Check your bill, then go to ucahelps.ca to explore your options. You will likely find a better rate and could have hundreds more in your pocket by the end of the year. A message from the Government of Alberta.
Portions of this hour brought to you by On the Rocks. Watch every Oilers game at OTR with $5.25 Molson Canadian, $5 Pink Whitney shots, and 60-cent wings. Plus, play Oilers score and win for your chance to win On the Rocks gift cards. Oilers hockey at OTR. Book your table today. Jasper Ave and 118th.
From puck drop to kickoff, it's the Jason Gregor Show on Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
$2:45. Welcome back. Jason Gregor, Connor Halley, Sports 1440, Oilers Nation, YouTube, Facebook, and X. Gregor Show is always presented by PlayAlberta.ca, where it is Tuesday. $30 million up for grabs in Lotto Max. Get your tickets. PlayAlberta.ca. As we get to our baseball report, brought to you by Legacy Heating and Cooling, where tomorrow Legacy Heating is teamed up with the Edmonton Food Bank and Ryan Nugent Hopkins. And if you want to meet the Nuge, make a donation. You can get down to the Edmonton Food Bank location tomorrow, 1 to 3. The Nuge will be there. And there's huge shortage right now. There's talk they might have to turn people away for food right now just because they don't have enough. So if you're in a situation where you can afford to make a donation and as a bonus, meet the Nuge, definitely tomorrow is we do it every day, but tomorrow you can get a bonus by meeting the Nuge. It's brought to you by Legacy Heating and Cooling. Now, Mike Wilner, longtime analyst for the Jays, now, of course, columnist for the Toronto Star, joins us. And Mike, probably not a huge surprise that Vladdy Guerrero and the Jays didn't come to an agreement. He had put the self-imposed deadline. If they don't come to an agreement, they're not going to negotiate during the season. And he said they were never really close. And, he's now set to become a free agent after this season. So what do you make of this? Are you surprised at all? And did the Jays not offer a high enough number, or does Vladdy Guerrero have too high of a number? What do you think?
I wish I was surprised, honestly, but you could really see this coming a mile away pretty much all winter long. Should have been done in November, should have been done last year, should have been done the year before.
Yeah.
Whether Vladdy had too high a number or not doesn't matter. You got to do it. You have to make these deals that make you uncomfortable in order to secure a player who, wants to be here and is one of the best hitters in the game and is likely going to the Hall of Fame. So, these aren't times where you stick to your valuations. And, these are times where, like they did with Shohei Ohtani and like they did with Juan Soto, you go and you wave a huge, big bucket of money in these guys' faces and hope that they'll say yes.
Yeah, it just seems odd that you have a homegrown player who's set up now, and unless he's lying, and I can't think of many players that would just flat out lie and say, hey, I want to be here. And then, he said that he even came down from his initial asking price, but they weren't close to the ballpark. So, the Soto, Ohtani's different because he pitches and he's a unicorn. But like the Juan Soto deal, I was like, you're willing to offer Juan Soto that much, but you won't even offer Vladdy Guerrero. I say only, you know what I mean? But like 450, for instance, or 400. I'm like, Juan Soto ain't that much better, is he?
No,
Yeah,
he's not. I mean, Juan Soto's phenomenal, and take nothing away from Juan Soto. He gets on base more than Vladdy does. He's never had a down year like Vladdy had in 2022. And he's only a year older. Is he worth twice as much as Vladimir Guerrero Jr.? I don't think so. But they were willing, or close to willing, to offering him $1 billion Canadian. They didn't come anywhere close to that with Guerrero. And I'm not suggesting that Guerrero should be offered the same as Soto when you have other teams chasing, and he's won 2 World Series, and there are. He's been to 2 World Series. There are a lot of reasons to want Juan Soto, and there are a few more than there are to want Vladimir Guerrero Jr. But, you're trying to head off the market. You're trying to get him to lock in before he goes out and tests a market that has seen 2 players sign for more than $700 million over the last 2 off seasons. And he's going to be the belle of the ball next year, which could get some teams to move out of their comfort zone and spend a lot of money. And so if you want to head off that trip to the market, you got to give him what he wants. I mean, it's that simple. There's zero motivation for Vladimir Guerrero Jr. right now to take 1 penny less than he wants.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. It's just, and when you look, if they get to the open market, Mike, like, I find it very low odds that a team wouldn't offer more than the Jays are right now. And, I'm like, you got a really good young player. There's not a lot of guys like that. So let's say you lose him. Now the question is, if you're the Jays, do you trade him this season, or do you risk it and see if you can match an offer when the season ends? Like, what do you think their plan is going to be now?
You let the first 4 months of the season play out and see what happens. If the Blue Jays are contenders, if they're having a good year when the trade deadline is coming around, then you augment, you add, you hope that by winning, that'll be another point in your favor to help him to stay and to help Bo Bichette to stay, and all those things. And if your season goes down the tubes, then again, I would say that you're committing gross negligence by not trading him, but I think they've committed gross negligence by not locking him up by now anyway. So I wouldn't put it past him to do that too. But if the season does not go the way anybody wants it to go, you absolutely have to trade him at the deadline.
Yeah. Now, what about Bo Bichette? Where do you think he's going with the Jays?
A lot's going to depend on what happens this year. I mean, there's no path to a long-term contract with Bichette right now, coming off the year that he had last year. I don't think that there's a number that would make the Jays comfortable and him comfortable at all, given what he did and given what he knows he's capable of. He goes out and has a Bo Bichette year this year, he will be a highly sought-after free agent. If he has another year like he had last year, nobody's going to want him. So there's really nothing you can do with Bichette except to play it out. And again, if Bo Bichette's back to being Bo Bichette and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is what he should be, then the Blue Jays are going to have a great year. So there won't be any reason to trade them at the deadline. We'll have to see what happens.
Yeah. So let's look at the Jays now. Hey, they got Vladdy Guerrero. You look at their roster, right? Free agency maybe didn't go the way they wanted, but at least unlike last year, they went out and got some other pieces. How competitive do you think the Jays are going to be, assuming people stay healthy?
Yeah, and that's always the toughest thing to assume, especially when you have a starting rotation that's, mostly in its mid to late 30s, if not 40, like Max Scherzer. So, nothing changed today with failing to sign Vladimir Guerrero. Didn't change the outlook for 2025 at all, except that everybody's going to be asked about it all the time and they're going to get really angry and frustrated. about it, whatever new city they go to every time this year. But as far as the roster is concerned, if they stay healthy, they have a very good starting rotation. They have a much better bullpen than they had last year. They've added Anthony Santander. They could have used another power bat or two. They still don't have quite enough offense, but they do have the best defense in the major leagues, and they've got very good pitching, and that's supposed to be enough to win. Before Santander, it looked like they were trying to prove to everybody that you can win a game 0-0. Now you've got a little bit of run support for the pitching, but it's still going to be tough. But again, if Bo Bichette comes back and is the Bo Bichette that he was up until last year, and Guerrero, you add Guerrero and Santander to that, you don't even need that much of a bounce back from a George Springer. This team has a chance, certainly, to contend with not as many ifs as there were in November, but they're still very much up against it. I mean, it's going to be a really tough AL East. Boston's much better, which hurts. I think this team could win anywhere from 75 to 95 games.
Mike Wilner joins us, columnist for the Toronto Blue Jays, covers the Jays, for a long, long time. Is there any player who might surprise Jays fans this year? Coming out here and say, hey, you know what? I think this guy's going to, whether it's in the bullpen, starting pitcher, maybe, we got a surprise hitter somewhere. Is there anybody that can sneak up and make a surprise season for the Jays in your eyes?
I mean, I think Alejandro Kirk could be that guy. He's had a couple of down years offensively back-to-back after he was phenomenal in 2021. Apparently, he's reported to camp looking way different and in much better shape. He knows he's going to be the number one catcher, which he's never been. And he is, a hitting savant. He is someone with outstanding bat-to-ball skills. We've seen him put it together. And if he could do it again, that would be a big plus. I still think there's a lot more in Dalton Varsho than we've seen. Dalton Varsho was an above-average major league hitter before he got traded to the Blue Jays, and he has been terrible offensively for them for 2 years in a row now. I do think that there's a lot more in there. I don't think he's going to win a Silver Slugger or anything, but I think he can be a league average hitter or better. And at this point, who knows? Maybe Bo Bichette hitting .310 with 30 doubles and 25 home runs is a surprise to people. It's what he's been kind of doing his whole career till last year, and I don't believe there's any reason he's not going to get back to it.
What about, you see what's happening in Boston? Devers isn't happy at all. We've had people texting in. Do you think there could ever be a way, say, hey, if you're going to, you mentioned let the first 4 months play out, but if he's really upset about third base, for the Jays, because if you're going to lose Guerrero, man, if you could get, Rafael Devers out of Boston, I don't even know if it's realistic or not, but that's a trade I think the Jays would make, because at least you're getting a player, because otherwise if you trade him, you're probably getting a whole bunch of prospects that maybe pan out.
Well, there's no Vladimir Guerrero for Rafael Devers trade that could be made, but he's an interesting target for sure. It depends how unhappy he gets and how unhappy he makes the people around him in Boston. They committed to him for a long time, for a lot of money just last year. So I would think that they're still going to work to try to make him happy, but I would also think that if they do trade him, they're likelier to trade him outside their division. But he's definitely someone that I would take a look at. I mean, at this point, he's under market for what he's capable of doing, and he's not going to play third base here, though, either. So I don't think that would make him any happier.
Mike, lastly, you've covered baseball for a long time. Are you concerned at all about the spending of the Dodgers? Is this bad for the game, and can they reel it back in? They being the league.
Fantastic for the game. I think it's fantastic. Yeah. Okay. Why is it a problem? Every owner could do this if they wanted to. Every owner of a baseball team is a billionaire at the very least, if not a multi-billionaire. The only thing that's holding them back is the fact that they're more concerned with profit than with winning. Any team could do this. Every team could do this, and every team should be doing this. I think it's fantastic, and hopefully the Dodgers just embarrass everybody else into starting to actually spend.
Oh, okay. Nice. All right. Well, hey, it's a pretty strong argument when you put it that way. That hey, everybody has the opportunity to do it, and they'd rather just make the money. Well, I guess the question becomes then: do fans eventually say, "Hey, if my team's not spending, I'm not paying. I'm not going"?
I don't know. Pittsburgh still draws fans. Kansas City still draws fans.
Yeah.
Cincinnati still draws fans. So, yeah, I don't know.
Do you think
it hasn't happened yet?
How will Jays fans because man, I read your stuff and I look online and there doesn't seem to be a lot of love from Jays fans about their management team. Where like how secure are they in their roles?
I think very secure. I don't think that the fans' reaction really matters to Edward Rogers. The only thing that's going to matter to Edward Rogers, who's the only one who can do anything about this, is if the TV numbers go down and attendance goes down. Both those things in concert. That's the only thing that'll make Edward wake up and say, oh, maybe something's going wrong here. I'm writing a column for the Toronto Star that'll be in the paper tomorrow that talks about how it's not a matter of money and it's not a matter of spending for the Blue Jays. It's a matter of Edward Rogers having put his faith in the wrong people to run this team and having been too detached from it. So if ownership starts to notice what's going on and it can't be just waved away as, oh, yeah, the fans are angry, but they don't know what they're talking about, then things will change.
Awesome stuff, man. Really appreciate it. Have yourself a wonderful day.
Thanks, you too.
That's Mike Wilner joining us from the Toronto Star. So interesting point about the, hey, guess what? Anybody can spend the money. LA just opts to spend it, and they take less profit, but their team wins. Pretty strong argument to say, why aren't the other teams doing it? Right? If there's, because it's true, you have the luxury tax, so you got to pay a little bit more. So what? They're taking it, but think about now they pay for Ohtani, and they get a lot of money back in jersey sales, everything else. I get it. But, look at all the other guys are signing. Not all those other guys are guaranteeing, like, you're signing Hernan. I can't remember what his last contract was, but is he giving you that much return? Well, you are if your team's good and you're winning. So it's a valid point. You got all these other teams who have the billionaire owners who don't want to spend the money. It's hard to have any empathy for them. Let's get to the con man and a sports 1440 update brought to you by Booster Juice. In the month of February, they are giving away smoothies every day just for having a name. And today, if your name is Sunny or May, hopefully that's a little foreshadowing. Sunny or May, get down to Booster Juice today for a free smoothie. And check them out online to find out tomorrow and every other day who are the names of the day.
This is the Sports 1440 update.
The Boston Bruins announcing that Charlie McAvoy will not play for Team USA in Thursday's Four Nations face-off final against Canada. United States head coach Mike Sullivan of leading Vancouver Canucks star blue liner Quinn Hughes is traveling to Boston and is on standby in case of another injury. McAvoy missed Team USA's meaningless game against Sweden as the Four Nations face-off on Monday due to an upper body injury. The Toronto Blue Jays and Vladdy Guerrero Jr. weren't able to come to an agreement on a contract extension ahead of the deadline the start first baseman had previously set, indicating he will test the free agent market next November. Jays management said they were aggressive in their offers, but Guerrero said that he and the team were not close on an agreement. At the CFL, the Elks have signed defensive lineman Brandon Barlow officially. The 27-year-old stood up in all 18 games with the Ticats last season, recording a career-high 40 tackles with 5 sacks and a forced fumble. He's got 14 sacks in his last 32 CFL games. In the AJ Lloyd heads to Grand Prairie, taking on the Storm. That'll start at 7. In the WHL, you've got Brandon hosting the PA Raiders at 6. And in the PWHL, Minnesota in Montreal. That'll get going at 5. Coming up in hour 2 of the Jason Gregor Show, we'll be joined by our co-host and star of Shoresy, Terry Ryan, and we'll go around the NHL with Dave McCarthy from SiriusXM. I'm Connor Halley. This has been a Sports 1440 update.
It's Sports 1440, a Stingray radio station broadcasting on Treaty 6 territory.
Download the free iHeartRadio app and listen to CKJR wherever you go.
Attention drivers, it's the midwinter tire clearance sale at Fountain Tire. Right now, you can save up to 20% off all in-stock winter tires. That's right, premium brands, unbeatable safety, and incredible savings. But don't wait, this sale ends March 8th. And once they're gone, they're gone. Contact your local Fountain Tire for complete details.
Actions speak louder than words. Japa Machinery Group puts your construction plan into action with XCMG construction machinery you need. Available for rental or sale. Learn more at japamachinery.com.
The fourth annual Blades of Steel 3-on-3 pond hockey tournament hits the ice Saturday, March 1st at Cattail Crossing Golf and Winter Club. Men's and ladies divisions, teams of up to 8 players, and cash prizes. $2,000 for first place. Entry just $600 per team, including jerseys, hot lunch, and a drink. Register now at cattailcrossing.ca. Don't miss out. Hockey, prizes, and community fun await you. The Blades of Steel 3-on-3 pond hockey tournament. Information and registration at cattailcrossing.ca.
Are you tired of waking up tired? Are you tossing and turning all night and stiff and sore the next morning? If your sleep is suffering, it's time to visit the Brick Mattress Store. Their sleep experts will help you find the right support for a restful night's sleep. Back sleeper, side sleeper, hot or cold, there is a perfect mattress for you. Plus, with next day delivery, your best night's sleep could be tomorrow. Check out the Brick Mattress Store locations in Spruce Grove, South Edmonton, St. Albert, and Leduc, and start waking up refreshed.
The job isn't done until the last load is hauled, and having a semi-trailer out of commission is not an option. Whether replacing or adding to your convoy, Edmonton Trailer has a huge inventory of new and used semi-trailers, trusted by the gravel, logging, oil field, fluids, and freight industries. Find a trailer right for you online or at one of their 3 locations. For sales, service, parts, rental, and finance, when you're in it for the long haul, Edmonton Trailer.
Introducing the new McSpicy from McDonald's. It looks like a regular chicken sandwich, but it's actually a spicy chicken sandwich. McSpicy. Consider yourself warned. Limited time only. Participate in McDonald's in Canada.
Diablo Boots in Canada West. The 2 best names in work, biker, and western boots. Diablo has been selling quality Canadian boots for over 60 years. From size 6E to 15EE. Why buy boots made in China like Ariat, Redwood, and Dakota when Diablo Boots has the best quality for less? Made in Winnipeg. Plus, all of Diablo Boots have replaceable soles and heels for longer life. So save on boots by Save on Foods. That's Diablo Boots, 3340 Gateway Boulevard on the east side of Save on Foods.
4 friends helped out of the mud.
22 secret fishing spots found.
61 trails conquered.
Measure your Tacoma's reliability and memories, not just mileage. It's time to Toyota. Lease a 2025 Tacoma 4x4 Double Cab SR5 from $113 weekly for 60 months at 6.99% with $7,430 down. Visit shoptoyota.ca or your local Prairie Toyota dealer today.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Can Torque. We offer sale, rental, repair, and calibration of hydraulic, pneumatic, and battery-powered torque wrenches, stud tensioners, and flange maintenance equipment. Order today at cantorque.com.
The Jason Gregor Show, the best of Edmonton sports talk and beyond. This is Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
What a lovely Tuesday afternoon. A little chilly here in central Alberta, but help is on the way. We only got a few days left. Tomorrow and then Thursday, it's supposed to be like single digits. And oh, man, that's going to feel like, honestly, people are going to be walking around in T-shirt. This is unreal. Oh, because, man, it has been it's been a little bit of a run of cold weather. We gotten through it so far. And just one more day. Keep telling yourself that. One more really cold morning, then it starts to heat up. Hopefully those meteorologists are correct. Welcome back to the Gregor Show on Sports 1440, Oilers Nation, YouTube, Facebook, and X. It is the Gregor Show presented by PlayAlberta.ca. Get in the game at Alberta's only regulated online gambling website where 100% of the revenue stays right here in the province of Alberta at PlayAlberta.ca. as of course Canada and the US will go at it one final time on Thursday for all the marbles in the four nations, and then it'll be less than a year and we'll be at the Olympics, which will be great. Gentleman who was in the building, or at least I hope he was in the building if he didn't have any flight delays to get to Montreal for that great game of Canada and the US on Saturday. And not the outcome that Canada wanted, but it was an entertaining game. That's like, to me, you were entertained. Terry Ryan joins us, of course, star of Hitch in Shoresy, two-time author, is in the Newfoundland Hall of Fame, former NHLer. TR, how you doing? I think you're muted, buddy. I'll try to get you because I can see
doing
you.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Now you can hear you. Everything's good to go.
I got to figure out, my mic. I didn't plug it in when we started the show. How you guys doing? What an electric weekend, eh?
Did you get to Montreal? No flight delays?
I got to Montreal. It was a total panic. I got out of noon hour hockey on Thursday and had a text come in that my flight was canceled on Friday.
Oh, geez.
So I wanted to get to this game. That's why I couldn't come on Thursday. So I went right to the airport. I had a friend behind the desk who got me out. There was all kinds of people coming behind me. I went right there. I didn't go home. So I had to go to Montreal and buy some clothes and met some friends come in. I mean, we went through the whole, we had a great weekend, but then the same thing getting back. Some of my buddies are still there. They'll be there at least till Thursday. So the guys who stayed that are there till Thursday are driving down, if they can, to Boston to go with unintent. They're going to end up staying for an extra week, essentially.
Yeah, well, could be worse places to be, but man, what an electric atmosphere in the building, TR. Like I was talking, now it's not the greatest game. Like when you think it wasn't a gold medal game or anything like that, it's a round robin game, but just the electric atmosphere in the building in those first 10 seconds I was kind of chucked that I remember TR said, well, if I was on that team, I'd want to drop down, and you had everybody fighting. It was an unreal start to the game.
It really was, and I don't know what the vibe was at home. I haven't even. I didn't see any highlights the day after or Monday. It was a panic trying to get out of there, and I didn't really have time to absorb it. And everything I've seen since is just the fights. So yeah, but the McDavid goal happened. So like there are 3 of the fights and the McDavid goal are 4 lasting memories. So the game wasn't great, but there's going to be things you remember. Whereas I could tell you. You could probably tell me games that Canada's won or lost in the past that were pivotal that I don't really remember as many moments, even though it was probably a better game. So, and it was a real vibe in there. So it was all overwhelming as a hockey fan. It was just awesome to see.
Oh, it was like entertaining, gets people fired up. You throw in the bigger world of what's going on right now. And Canadians are pretty proud of, like, we're not a 51st state. We're not getting annexed. Like, wake up. And, I love it. It's great. It just adds to it. And so now we got these two teams. It's the rematch I think everybody in North America wanted. The U.S. would, if they beat Finland to win it, yeah, it's nice, but it's not the same as beating Canada. Let's just call a spade a spade. And obviously Canadians want a shot, the players at redemption against the U.S. And I can't wait. Like, I wish the game was tonight. I can't wait till Thursday. What's kind of your thoughts? Like, the thing I didn't like about Canada's game was offensively, right? Like, hey, I get it. The goalie's got to stop the first, the Jake Gensel goal. Bindon's got to stop that all day, every day, twice on Sunday. But I thought the forwards, TR, a few times they settled for point shots, giving a puck back to the point, missing the net, not getting through. And then when they had some good looks, they were too pretty trying to pass it off. And I heard Sorelli and Hagel's guys talking today. Like, what's your plan for the game? Basically, when you have a shot, shoot it. If you have a good look, let's rip it. So I know it's easier said than done, but what did you make of that, seeing it live, and kind of maybe how many times Canada passed off some good chances?
Well, that's interesting because honestly, I've got little to no feedback on anything else that happened in the game other than the fights, because the next day, again, was a panic. I didn't really read much news. And yesterday was, knock on wood, these people are okay from the flight that flipped over, but was kind of dominated by that and our whole trap. So I really don't know what people at home are saying other than talking to my dad, or when I say at home, all over Canada, all over the world. I don't know. But when I was there, and from the angle, we were in the front row. It was awesome. Thank you, Jordan Escott. But in the end, Hellebuck was like right in front of us. So there was times during the game that I was like, I wonder if people think that Canada should. One I can think of McDavid right now.
Yes.
He had it. It seemed like that was their like best chance. And
Yeah.
kind of passed up, but there was a few more. Yeah, we were echoing those thoughts for sure. There was 4 of us sitting in that row, and we met the boys later. And and by that point, everybody's talking about the fights. I didn't really talk to many people that were like analyzing the game, but that's definitely one of the biggest things I saw. And they were trying. Like you could really get a sense of how bad they wanted it from watching. Even you're right next to the play and seeing people and talk to, and they were seriously chirping at every possible moment. It didn't seem to be any inside tongue-in-cheek stuff to it at all. Like it was really, really intense to watch. Yeah. So you couldn't say that they weren't trying to do their best. And sometimes they were overthinking it.
Yes, yeah, no, effort's definitely not questioned. The intensity of the game, to me, it was like you could feel it. You noticed it. Like you just saw the reaction on goals, and there were some big hits. McAvoy got McDavid a few times. Like it was a great game, and you're sitting front row, TR. So give us a sense of just how fast the game. Like the game's always quicker on ice level, but that game looked like they were going 100 miles an hour the whole game.
Yeah, I was just I continue to say it. I watch a lot of games, and it was the fastest league on earth when I played in it, and there's things that have happened to make it even faster, and it's evolved. And what a great time to have those fights, by the way. I mean, it's just there's no game on earth with the combination of finesse and physicality like the game that we have known to come and love here as hockey fans across Canada and the world. I mean, I'm really proud of our game that way, that we all might have problems with some of the things that happened in the past and the present, but I think we can all agree that, it's in a great spot. This was a good, if not great idea. And we can celebrate a game that's so swift and finesse, but also so tough. But when you're down close, and this isn't even just an NHL game, these are the best players. So you couldn't get any faster on the 2 arguable best teams. So really, like I'm saying to my buddies, I'm like that because it just seemed so like the puck would be coming, and you got to be like ready to distribute it before it even gets to you. You got to think like a little bit further ahead than you normally would in an NHL game, for sure. I mean, that should go without saying. But when all those the best players are on the ice, it's just something to watch. It's like if you're into art, I don't know, like watching a Picasso paint or something, but it was just wild. And you keep thinking like, okay, he's going to get creamed, but their foresight and hockey IQ and people making, plays at just a fraction of a second. It was mesmerizing to watch up close.
Yeah, I would think so. And it just like on TV, the game looks super fast, and sometimes it doesn't always look that fast. I could just imagine how fast it looked in the rink, or definitely any of the people that are in the first few rows, because the closer you are to the ice, you definitely have more pace of the game. They needed to win against Finland on Monday, and they did. They're up 4-0 in complete control. It made it a little bit more stressful than it probably should have been. But John Cooper switched some lines, and I've been saying it, and I even tweeted about it before. Braden Point's got to be in my top 6, and they put him in the top 6. The line changes work because Reinhart, for whatever reason, maybe it's just 2 games. 2 games is always hard to judge chemistry and getting to know guys or whatever. But the McDavid Point Stone combination worked. You put Reinhart with Crosby and McKinnon, and that worked. And then the Brad Marchand Konechny line with Bennett, I thought against the Finns were excellent. And, that left the other line, and then they were okay. I didn't really notice much about them, but I really like that Bennett Marchand line with Konechny, and it just seemed to add something. And so was Seth Jarvis the odd man out? Does he stay the odd man out for you on Thursday?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, these are tough decisions, but it's such a short tournament, and you got to go with momentum and chemistry. And like you said, Reinhart, things, it's 2 games. Some guys, it's peaks and valleys, man. And you want to stay, you don't have much to go by either, other than the NHL season, and 2 games, some bad ships might affect things, super duper one way or the other. So I think whatever works, and you got to ride the wave, and everything you mentioned, I agree with. So, you just stick with it. And I don't think, I think he'd be surprised to get in, to be honest.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I think he just, the line combinations, and now it's like, hey, you don't have much more time. They did seem to have a little bit better, read, and maybe it's the loss, maybe it's just a few more practices. I don't know, but I look forward to that game immensely on Thursday. Was there anything else, TR, that you took away from that experience?
There is something I took away from it, and I think I'll talk about it during my rant.
All right, perfect.
But our it was the display of hockey. There was something to be said for that, and we hadn't seen it in so long. I don't mean to be negative here at all, but and I'm not. I guess I'm not, but you could tell that people were so starved. I'm both sides of the coin. So it was all American or Canadian fans, obviously. You tell how starved they were, and the vibe was so intense that I'm really, really looking for. I don't know where they're going to go with this, but I'm really looking for it because I think, we might have gone that time, but I don't think that's going to happen again. I mean, what we know because of the Olympics and the World Cup are planned, but I think we're about to enter a golden era, and the rivalry between the United States and Canada, I don't think can be underestimated. And in Canada, we've always kind of gone to Russia for that. And for reasons beyond the players' control, Russia's aren't in. But this, I think, is the birth or the rebirth of something great and intense. And I think everybody in there felt it without saying it.
Yeah, I think the Canada-U.S. rivalry, probably, going back to 2010, definitely for the Americans, for sure. We won in 2010. Then they lost again in 2014. And now 2016, they weren't even close. Canada ended up winning that World Cup. So I think it's a good rivalry. I think it's only going to build. And that game definitely didn't hurt it. And now do you think we'll see a tilt early in that game on Thursday?
God, if I was betting on it, I would think no, but it wouldn't surprise me, because what I would bet on is that this is going to be extremely intense and tough. It's going to be as tough as, I can't believe I'm saying these words either, because last week going in, I was worried that it was going to be a no-hitter. I wasn't predicting that, but I really did have a big percentage of worry in me, about 40%, that it at the very least was going to be a 6 or a 7 out of 10, but this really amped itself up. And there's another thing, I guess, those fights that happened with the U.S. and Canada in '96, it was kind of forgotten about. That was well into the past and in the folklore of hockey. And this, bringing it back, even though, like you said, the U.S. didn't do well in 16, and they haven't been. I think it connected dots that for a lot of people that don't know the history, that it was important that way, because going forward, whether we like it or not, I think the U.S., because of how far they've come since, the miracle on ice and all these things, it wouldn't be so much of a miracle anymore. So, they've come to match. There are peers now in every way when it comes to this. So I think those fights were not necessary, but it really connected dots well. If I'm an American hockey fan, or even especially a new age American fan that really doesn't know, but they're pretty intrigued by it. Now, that happened in '96, man. This must have always been crazy. Look at those Kachuk guys. There was so many storylines that would have been intriguing to me, whether I was a fan or not. I say the United States because, we were always trying to build that market, but I think most people in Canada that are into it are into it.
Yeah, that's fair. Quick break. We'll come back. Dave McCarthy will join us, and we got Ryan's rant. He teased it a little bit. Now I'm intrigued to see what it's about. All that coming up and more on the Jason Gregor Show, Sports 1440, sports1440.ca, Orders Nation, YouTube, Facebook, and X, presented by PlayAlberta.ca.
In 1973, deep in the basement of an Edmonton family home, an elite team of specialized forces came together to form Action Electrical.
Action Electrical Divisions, assemble!
Projects team reporting.
Service team reporting.
Testing team reporting.
Energy team reporting.
Supercharged with skills in their electrical fields and grounded by strong family values. Facing an electrical menace? Call on the men and women of Action. Operating throughout Alberta at actionelectrical.net.
Legacy Heating and Cooling offers no payments and no interest for 1 year on your new furnace. So, when you wake up to no heat, call Legacy. Call Legacy. If you need it immediately with no overtime rates. Call Legacy. Call Legacy. If you need it immediately and want to combo it with AC. Call Legacy. Call Legacy. No payments and no interest for 1 year on your new furnace. It could only be Legacy Heating and Cooling.
Hey, did you know you can get a free drink today?
Nice. I love free drinks.
Yeah, Booster Juice called your name today on the Booster Rewards app. So you get a free smoothie, booster mixer, or fresh juice.
Well then, why are we still sitting here just talking about it?
Watch for your name on the Booster Rewards app and social media. 2 names every day, all February long. Must be a Booster Rewards app member. For complete details, visit boosterjuice.com.
It's the season for love, and you're about to fall hard for the vehicle of your dreams. Presenting the outstanding 2025 XC90 from Volvo Cars Edmonton. Right now, you can lease your 2025 XC90 plug-in hybrid from 1.49% and save $4,600. Or finance a 2025 XC60 from 1.49% and save $1,500. All while being deeply infatuated by the newly upgraded, highly attractive body and wheel design. Volvo Cars Edmonton. VolvoCarsEdmonton.com. 1205 101 Street Southwest.
Experience more at the Edmonton Expo Centre. Come for Canada's largest trade show, the biggest names in entertainment, exhilarating sporting events, and more. Stay for the experience. But it doesn't end there. Maximize your brand exposure with Edmonton Expo Centre's new cutting-edge feature screens spanning Western Canada's largest venue space. Captivate an annual audience of over 1 million visitors during iconic events like Pro Rodeo, Disney on Ice, Glow, K-Days, and so much more. To learn more, call 780-660-0514 or visit edmontonexpocentre.com today.
Day or night, tasting just so right. You can order oodle noodle at oodlenoodle.ca, delivering you the news almost right away. Remember, you can order oodle noodle at oodlenoodle.ca. So stay on your couch all day and order oodlenoodle.ca. Oodle noodle.
Edmonton's premium live music and party venue is On the Rocks. Check out Bingo Tunes on Monday. Perform on the best stage in town with karaoke on Wednesdays. Learn how to salsa with Salsa Rocks on Thursdays. And every weekend, OTR goes live.
With your favorite bands on the OTR stage and DJ Kenny K.
For everything that's going on at On the Rocks, give us a follow.
Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter.
At On the Rocks, EDM.
Eat well, party hard.
On the Rocks.
On the Rocks.
On the Rocks. Open every day till 2 a.m.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Culligan. For all your residential water needs, your local water treatment company. More than just big bottles, Culligan.com.
The Jason Gregor Show, the best of Edmonton sports talk and beyond. This is Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
$3:28. While Quinn Hughes, I'm not even, is he even going to go to Boston? He's currently practicing with the Vancouver Canucks. They just stepped on the ice. So now he might go tomorrow, but I could see how Quinn Hughes says, am I flying all the way across the country to Boston with no chance to play? And then I got to fly all the way back because they play in Vegas on Saturday. Nah, I don't know. It's like I've said, to me, a very simple change. When you're on the roster, you can play. Simple. You lose a player to injury. Like the minute Shea Theodore went down and Thomas Harley was called in, he should have been able to practice. He should have been on the roster. And if they wanted to play him and Cale Makar in the same game on Monday, they could have done it. It's like IR. That's how I look at it. I guess it's a very simple fix and it's not ruining the tournament. It's not the end of the world, but it's the only negatives from the tournament is that factor. So honestly, if McAvoy's done for the tournament, bring in a replacement. And if it's Quinn Hughes and he's able to play, then let him play. You can't be scared of it. Like, I did notice, it was not lost on me. There's quite a few Americans and some American media. Oh, no, you can't bring in Thomas Harley. This is cheating. Da, da, da. Really? You know what that means? To me, that reeked of insecurity, a little worried that your team might lose. Like, I don't care what the rules are, common sense. Like, give me a break. A guy gets hurt, replace him. That's simple. That would be the element. That'd be the way I would go with it. Anywho, let's go in the room now, brought to you by Action Electrical, where I take action on your savings with one of the most diversified electrical contractors in Alberta with 4 divisions and project service tag and solar for both commercial or residential. Learn more at actionelectrical.net as Dave McCarthy from Sirius XM joins us as he always does every Tuesday. Davey, how you doing, my man?
Hey, what's up, Jason? I'm just trying to read the rules as we make them in real time here to figure out who's eligible to play and who is not on Thursday.
Yes. Well, according to the rules, Quinn Hughes won't be able to play unless there's another injury or illness on the back end. And you know what? To me, come on. If McAvoy's out and if you can bring in somebody and you think he's better than like Quinn Hughes, I don't really care. But I guess the rules are the rules, so they're probably not going to change them. So that's fine. But David, what did you make? What have you made of the tournament, and what did you make of the Saturday night Royal Rumble / hockey game that was awesome from my perspective?
Well, I don't think I have found anybody who has not agreed with me when I say it has wildly exceeded expectations, and you're seeing that on social media too. And when do people actually say they like things on social media like that? That never happens. So that is indicator number one as to how well received this tournament has been. I saw North America wide when I looked at the numbers a half hour or so ago. 10.5 million people in Canada and the United States watched at least some portion of that game on Saturday. That's a gigantic number. That is a gigantic number. So, it's funny. I think it's important to point out the fact that this is under NHL rules and not IIHF rules. And as a result of that, I think we're seeing a lot more raw physicality and intensity that we won't see in the Olympics next year, simply because the penalties for physical contact, when it's deemed a penalty, are far too punitive to risk playing with the level of physicality that we've seen in this tournament. So, I was watching some highlights of the 96 World Cup, boys, back before the tournament started, just trying to familiarize myself with kind of a folklorish type memory in my mind. Like I was 9 at the time, but I still remember it pretty vividly. But like, holy cow, that looked like a different sport with how nasty and how physical and I thought, man, we'll never see that again. And we haven't come that far from seeing it again here today, and I never thought we would. So, man, absolute upper deck 10 bell out of the park home run on this tournament. And, it just gets me excited for future best on best competition.
Yeah, it is fantastic. You look now at the rematch on Thursday, and no McAvoy for the States. That's a big blow. He had a really big game. But there is going to be a Cale Makar for Canada, so that's a huge addition. I know the U.S. won the first game, but I picked Canada before. Like I picked the standings in the seeding portion, USA, Canada, Sweden, Finland, because I kind of picked that. You know what, USA, they're the little brother. They're going to be giving you everything they got. They got to win that game, and now you get to the final, and I just think Canada wins. I don't think it's going to be easy by any stretch. I just think Canada wins. Where do you come out on how you see Thursday?
Well, it's going to be a big swing in the lineup, right? They had McAvoy on Saturday. Canada didn't have Makar. By the way, I kind of love this tournament because the only time as a credible, non-biased reporter, I feel comfortable in saying them and we. Right? Like, come on. My reporting is non-biased, but my allegiance is not. We, Canada, 100%. So they didn't have they had McAvoy. Canada didn't have Makar. This time it's switched. That'll be a big swing. Like, Makar is a dominant player, and I thought Canada moved the puck up the ice with a lot more efficiency against Finland on Monday than they did against the United States on Saturday. And I thought Makar was a big part to do with that. So that's a big swing in the standings. The Canada didn't get blown out in that game, as some let's be frank, idiots in the U.S. who might be sitting Congress people suggest. It was 2-1 with an empty netter, right? So it was a close game. If Binnington makes another stop, let's be honest, he probably needed one more stop in that game of a goal that probably shouldn't have gone in the net. That was right there. Like, that was a pick-em type game. So with the lineup change, Makar going in, McAvoy coming out, and we wish him the best. Hope everything's good there. It's kind of a freaky situation. Don't have a lot of information on that yet, but that'll be a big swing. And I think Canada's got some mojo now. I think they're feeling. I love the quote from Brandon Hagel today, where he said, "quote We're out there playing for the flag, not the camera. We don't have any group chats going on." End quote. And in other words, to say, the Kachuk brothers and JT Miller want to put on a show, make sure it gets caught on camera. You want us? Well, come take it, buddy. We're ready to go, but we're playing for the flag. We're not looking to orchestrate this just to make us really look tough and set the tone. And, I love that. I love that quote. So yeah, I think there's a lot on the line again here today. I really, or Thursday, I really, really do. And I think it goes beyond what's just between the boards. I think there's a lot on the line, and I think all of the guys involved, both sides, understand it. I think Canada's going to come to play.
Dave, earlier you mentioned Jordan Binnington possibly, wanting that puck back. Are you at all nervous about? I'm assuming he's starting in the final. Are you at all nervous about that as a Canadian hockey fan?
To quote Jordan Binnington from a few years ago, Terry, do I look nervous? But I have to say, yeah, a little bit, right? Because his track record, at least in this tournament, he's let in a tough one each game, I think. So the thing for me is going to be, can he make sure he keeps that to a minimum? Because when the game has come down to the clutch at the end, he's come up with some big saves at key times. You think about the save he made against Sweden late in the game to get to overtime. He's come up with some clutch saves, but those only really matter when you make sure you keep all of the ones you're supposed to stop out of the net. So in a game like this, I'm always nervous that you allow one that shouldn't probably go in, and that makes a difference, like it did on Saturday. Because let's be honest, it's not Patty Waugh, it's not Marty Brodeur or Carey Price between the pipes here. It was a concern going into the tournament, and I think the way Binnington has played, fair to say there is fair reason for continued concern about how the goaltending is going to play out. It's not like going in with Carey Price from the 10 Olympics or the 14 Olympics where, you had a pretty good feeling that he just wasn't going to let in any nonsense.
Now, this being what seems like a overwhelming success, whatever happens tomorrow or Thursday.
Right.
I don't think I'm too off base saying that as a Canadian hockey fan, a hockey fan in general. Next year's the Olympics. Now, at some point, you can't have this every year either, even though the World Cup's coming. Are they going to go back to the boring old All-Star game? And what else choice do they have, really?
I mean, in 2027, probably, right?
Yeah.
You can't have all-out warfare, right?
No.
You can't have that every year. Because
you also don't really want it. Be what you want. It's anticipation. Yeah.
And I think part of why this has been so intense is because there has been such a long gap since we've seen anything of this nature. If you see it every year, like anything, there will become a bit of a fatigue factor. So look, if they got to go back to the All-Star game every now and again, I can't think of a better option right now. So every odd year you have a bit of a schmooze fest. Look, I'll tell you what, anyone who was in town for the All-Star game last year, if you actually get into town and you take part in the events and you go around and you bump into some cool people around town and you take it for what it is, You take the kids down. It's kind of fun. Is it a good TV event? No, probably not. But
don't watch it then. Like, I am so tired of grown adults complaining about the All-Star game. Wake the hell up. It's not about you. It's for kids who think it's great. It doesn't have to be high intense. And people, they've replaced the All-Star game with this. It's the worst narrative that I see some hockey people say, this is what it's not replacing it. They're doing this because they want to make some money. They needed to promote their game. They promoted their game very well. The All-Star game isn't about promoting the game. The All-Star game is about schmoozing your big name sponsors, and every city, kids in that city, once every 30 years, because it usually rotates around, gets a chance to see some of the best players up live. And trust me, 9 and 10-year-old kids, you know what they look for? They want to know what skates they're wearing, what stick they're using, and what move they're going to try. They don't care about the intensity. It's only the adults who whine about it, and they sound like a bunch of babies. God, it's annoying.
I've never agreed with you more in my life, Gregor, honest to God, because it really is exhausting. Because these same people, boys, we all know it, who complain about the intensity in the All-Star game, would lose their mind if the guys went full out in an All-Star game and somebody of consequence gets hurt. These are the type of people that I always like to say can never be made happy. It's not intense enough, you complain about that. It's too intense, you complain about that. I can't help you. So, no, I don't think they're going to totally abandon the All-Star game, Terry. I really don't, because you can't have this every year. But when we can look forward to, Olympics, All-Star game, World Cup, All-Star game, Olympics, that's a pretty good track record of forthcoming events to look forward to that I think will mitigate the perceived lack of the lack of intensity in an All-Star game. It's that, okay, next year coming up, there's a big tournament. It's when it's constantly year after year of non-intensity. Okay, fine, whatever. But it looks like we're going to commit to a consistent schedule of international best on best, which I think is a good idea.
TR and Dave, I'll ask both of you. So here we are, practices, teams got back on the ice today, most of them. Pretty hectic schedule when the games get back going on Saturday. Like the Kings have 29 games in 54 days, albeit they got like 19 at home, for goodness sakes.
No.
There's a lot of condensed games for all these teams. And, you look at the playoff race, like I looked at Ottawa. Ottawa only has one game outside the Eastern time zone the rest of the season, and that's in Chicago, right? They got a boatload of home games. Do you guys think that team is going to make the playoffs, number one? And then number two, give me your two teams today. When you look at the Eastern Conference, Detroit and Ottawa are in the playoffs today. The Rangers, the Bruins, the Islanders, the Blue Jackets are close. Who are your two wild card teams?
Terry?
Well, I don't know each schedule, so I would just be basing it on who I've been thinking for the last month or so because of momentum and talent. And I think Ottawa, even though they're not, I'm not sure what their streak is right now, but I think they showed me enough that they have the desire. They're young enough. They've had some success this season after a poor start. So my money would be on them, and I just can't see the Rangers being this bad for this long.
Yeah.
I would pick those two teams.
Yeah, interesting. I just saw Thatcher Demko is not traveling on the Canucks 5-game roadie. So holy cow, there's an interesting thing in a Western Conference. Keep an eye on. In the East, I'm with you, Terry. I think the Rangers are going to find a way. I really do. That's just too good of a team. When you look at the competition that they're battling with for playoff spots, they're far and away the best team in that mix on paper. I see them finding a way to figure it out. So I think the Rangers get in from the Metro. The Islanders losing Matty Barzal long-term does not help them. So I just can't look at any team below the Rangers in the Metro as having a chance. Columbus, I do think at some point, the lack of depth that they have, the inexperience that they have with a large collection of young players and some injuries that they have are going to catch up with them. We'll see if Boone Jenner can get back. Like that could be interesting. He hasn't played all year. They talk that there is a chance he might get back. When that will happen, maybe we'll get a better idea this week. Like maybe that makes a difference, but I don't know. I kind of like Detroit, to be honest with you. Like Ottawa, they lost 3 in a row again going into the break. Like who knows what Brady Tkachuk's status is, if he's going to have to miss any time coming out of the Four Nations after getting banged up the other night. Linus Ullmark is very difficult to rely on, just being able to put the gear on, let alone stop the puck when he has the gear on. And so Ottawa still doesn't excite me. I think Detroit's made some really good changes under Todd McLellan in terms of the way they play, how they're defending. I think they're playing much more toward the type of style that they have to in order to win with the type of personnel that they have. You can't play a run and gun game with that team. They've got to play a much more sound defensive game, and they've done that under Todd McLellan. So I'm going to go with Detroit in the Atlantic, though they do not excite me at all in terms of a team that could do any damage if they get in.
Davey, great stuff, man. Enjoy the game on Thursday. It should be a hell of a match. I can't wait.
Oh, it's going to be one we remember for decades, boys.
That's Dave McCarthy from Sirius XM. Jason Gregor, Terry Ryan with you. When we return, Ryan's Rant, TR's Tales. He's already got a topic. I can't wait. We'll get to it next on the Gregor Show, presented by PlayAlberta.ca.
Hockey is back, and Play Alberta, Alberta's #1 sportsbook and official partner of the Edmonton Oilers, has you covered with bigger offers, boosted odds, live betting, player props, and more. New to Play Alberta, new players now receive $200 in free bets just for signing up. You already play? Get a $10 free bet for every $100 you bet every week all season long. Visit playalberta.ca and make your picks today. Bonus terms and conditions apply.
At Papa John's, we're not just in the business of making better pizza. We're in the business of making everything better. Ambitious? Perhaps. Delicious? You better believe it. Monday? Make it a pizza party. Sick of parenting? Get Papa John's on dinner duty. Date night? We've got the recipe for romance. With our never frozen dough and always fresh toppings, Papa John's is committed to making it all better. Get better today at papajohns.ca or visit any of our 50-plus locations across Alberta. Papa John's. Better ingredients, better pizza.
I take possession of my commercial space in 3 months. I need lighting. I need a fire alarm. I need data. I need a generator. I need panels.
Sounds like a job for the men and women of Action Electrical.
Projects team reporting. We design, build, and construct all the electrical systems for your projects. Need everything to work right? Get the Action Electrical project team on your site.
Facing an electrical menace? Call the men and women of Action. Operating throughout Alberta at actionelectrical.net.
Legacy Heating and Cooling jingle auditions, take 1 for Gene Principe. Are you ready, Gene?
Ready. I'm not just here to make a thermo a couple of bucks. I'd never just microphone it in.
Take 1.
Tall legacy, tall legacy.
Nice.
Boom! I'm a musical genius.
Legacy's going to love this for furnace season.
I couldn't love it more. With no payments and no interest for 1 year.
Are you always like this?
Yep, unlike a furnace, I have no filter.
Legacy Heating and Cooling.
Your courtside seat awaits on Sports 1440. I'm Paul Sir, and I host the basketball show every Saturday morning from 10 to noon on Edmonton's sports leader, Sports 1440. Don't miss it. I'll catch you this weekend.
For years now, we've been warning Edmontonians on the hazards of our stormwater facilities. While they may appear to look like still ponds, there is moving water beneath the surface, which makes the ice dangerously. The unpredictability of stormwater facilities makes them treacherously unsafe for all winter activities, even walking. So think twice. Don't go on the ice. A safety message from EPCOR.
At Hughes, it's all about getting in and out quick and clean. No cash, no problem. With Hughes' new tap and wash system, all you need is your debit or credit card to get your vehicle sparkling clean.
Find us at HughesCarWash.com.
Dang, last season you bought new clubs to fix your game. You spent the entire season trying to learn how to hit with your magic clubs. And guess what? Dang, they didn't help your game. Now you're convinced it's your swing, but it really is your clubs. Even though you were told the ones you bought were the best ever made. If they were, you would have gotten better. Every day at Fitted Golf, we continue to prove the right clubs make all the difference in the world. From beginners to pros, Fitted Golf makes all the difference. Yes, fittedgolf.ca.
Introducing the new McSpicy from McDonald's. It looks like a regular chicken sandwich, but it's actually a spicy chicken sandwich. McSpicy. Consider yourself warned. Limited time only. Participate in McDonald's in Canada.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Leading Edge Physio. The team in Old Strathcona have special training dedicated to reducing the impact of cancer care before, during, and after your diagnosis. From lymphedema to the management of fatigue and side effects of chemotherapy and radiation, they can help. Learn more at leadingedgephysio.com.
From puck drop to kickoff, it's the Jason Gregor Show on Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
.350. Welcome back, Jason Gregor. Connor Halley, Sports 1440, Oilers Nation, YouTube, Facebook, and X. Let's get to Ryan's Rant. TR Sales brought to you by Action Electrical, the independent division in action. They're estimating they got their dispatch team, technicians fully trained. They got the bucket truck that can use for all exterior lighting and electrical repairs. Call them now or look it up at actionelectrical.net. TR.
Thank you, Jason. So I apologize. I got to start this story with the anthem, but I don't want to beat that to death anymore. I think it's already been beaten to death all over both sides of the border and around the world. And you're either on one side or the other side. But I will say this, okay? I get up there. I wasn't sure what the mood was going to be, how intense the game was going to be. I suppose I had an idea that it would be not a total floater. I didn't see those fights coming. None of us did. But as we got there, I was wondering what the atmosphere was going to be. There's going to be a lot of American fans, right? So, and everywhere you went, and there was so many jerseys. They sold out of jerseys. I would have bought one myself. So everywhere you went, yeah, you couldn't get anything. No classics, nothing even red, man. So all of downtown. Now, my buddies and I, over the course of the weekend, like I said, I went there Thursday night so I got in. I think I had to go through Toronto. I got in at Friday really early, like 2:00 in the morning or something. So I went, slept off the jet lag, and then got up. So we went to Hurley's. Those that don't know, that's a downtown Irish pub, serves some food. It's a perfect little spot before a game or even celebrating a hockey weekend. And a lot of locals go there. It's kind of touristy, I guess, from our end of the woods, but it's just a great place to celebrate hockey, and it's usually got good music. So we went there right off the hop. We ended up at Peel Pub. We went to Ziggy's, a lot of the downtown Crescent Street. We went to Sir Winston's the end of one night, but most of the time we're at Hurley's. But we're all around, and everywhere you went, everybody was wearing one or the other. Okay, so we go to the game. The game happens, and I'm wondering, like, as we're going in, like I wouldn't want to wear a Penguins jersey to a Philly Flyers game in Philadelphia. I mean, I've done that sort of thing, but especially these days, I'm sure there are a lot of isolated incidents, but things happen. You look at all sporting events, NHL included, all over North America, and there's a lot of people getting in fights. It doesn't represent everybody in the building, but it tends to happen here and there. At the very least, in some markets, you'll get a lot of chirps, a lot of over-the-top chirps that are probably ignorant. In this case, okay, so what I'm getting to is that we're sitting there. I'm pretty sure that some people there might boo. But if you were in the rink, you would have realized that, and this was, everybody there was already talking, together. They were sharing moments. The American fans there, it was clear that they're not booing the players. They're not booing America. They're booing one person here. Everybody would talk about that before, leading up to the event. And it was such a feeling of love and hockey culture celebration wherever we went. I mean, Hurley's was packed with either Canadian or American hockey fans. And at times, about half and half.
Okay.
So, there was all kinds of hockey conversations happening. There was all kinds of hockey debates, even arguments, but not what you would think about. Not about, why we hate them or they hate us. It'd be like, who's better, Orr or Gretzky? Well, I'm from Boston. I want to tell you why Orr was better. And it was such a vibe, and there was nothing I saw, no animosity. I'm sure it must be outlying incidents. But the feeling was the biggest celebration of hockey feeling I've ever had. So it was the opposite of what a lot of people would report by not being at the game or only seeing one little TikTok presentation, post. So there's that. And that would be the first big draw that I took out of that weekend. I don't know if I what I expected, but it was so over the top positive, even after the fights and everything and during, that I felt I should say it. I didn't expect that level of celebration and positivity towards both countries. Now, here's another thing, maybe an idea, I don't know, but because the games weren't staggered, like we were up there Friday morning, so we would have gone to Finland, Sweden for sure on Friday night had it been offered. And the day of, it almost seemed like a lot to pack in. So I'm just seeing, if it's me, and it's not, but if it was, the next time that something like this happens, maybe you could stagger the games. And I thought it was a good opportunity. Like that afternoon, if the PWHL had played, like if the NHL really wants to help them out without giving them straight up money, and I think, or even a Q game or something. If there was so many people, I'm not even mentioning Finland and Sweden, but there was a lot of people there from those countries.
Right.
This wasn't just displaced or immigrants or new people to Canada that were going to support. There was all kinds of people there from those countries that hadn't seen any Canadian junior and certainly not any PWHL. So I just thought maybe it would be a decent idea next time to showcase something that afternoon, because people are just sitting around waiting for Canada, US. It almost seemed anticlimactic, the early game, but it would have been something nice and interesting had it been something fairly local that could have been promoted.
I think you're basically saying like there was so much downtime between the games, is right? And I, you know what, it's interesting because I don't really like 7-hour kind of start times, especially when you knew there was, the max was the 10-minute overtime. Like I don't know if you needed it that much. Could you have started to, maybe you start the one game a little bit later, right? I get why they start the game at 8 p.m. Eastern, because they wanted to, to maximize their TV audience, right? You get 8 Eastern, 7 Central, 6 Mountain. So I get it. Maybe if you started even an hour later, the second game or something, but I don't know if they would have had time to probably put another game in the arena.
Well, don't play 2 games in a day. Sweden, Finland put it Friday night where everybody was in town anyway, right? Yeah. Everybody's there waiting. So then it was like the day off. Oh shit, man! Like I'm having, bacon and eggs at Hurley's. All the boys are here. We're ready to go. I wish the Finland game was last night. Now. Yeah.
Friday, to have other games on the Friday makes sense. The reason they couldn't play Friday is because you had, Canada played Wednesday and Friday. Then it forces someone to play back-to-back days, and I don't think they want to do that, right? So that's probably because if you have Finland and U.S. on Thursday, then one of them's got to play on Friday, right? So they don't want to do that. But I like your idea of PWHL or having a junior hockey game on the Friday. Something, heck, have a concert, have something.
Hey, maybe the PWHL can have their skills competition in between. People are at the rink anyway. Now it's not a game. It's not overwhelming. Hey, who knows? Maybe it's a deal to get in. I don't know. But I don't know why I keep going there, because it's a league that probably needs to be promoted a bit. But I mean, I could say the Q. The Q could have had their all-star game, whatever they do now, or something. Or I don't. That's just the first 2 that come to my mind. But yeah, it seemed like there was so many people in town with that downtime that you could have someone could have taken advantage of it.
Yeah, no, that's fair. But I like, your description of just, coming together of hockey. And it is true. People too often see one post on social media of negativity and they think that explains the feeling of the majority. And it's never that. And it's something that we need to be reminded of. Okay, Bob over here has one video of 2 people not getting along. Well, there could be literally hundreds of videos of everybody getting along, and those ones are never shown. So it's good to hear from somebody who was in the building, and you're having good conversations, meet different people, and everybody's there. Like, they're hockey fans. Before the game, like, everybody's jazzed up, and then once that game starts, like, I'm sure the first intermission, people are just, oh, it's 1-1. There's being 3 tilts. Like, this is awesome, right? And it's kind of how it goes. It was it's pretty fantastic. We probably didn't talk enough about the fact that a rare Sidney Crosby giveaway led to the game-winning goal that Saturday. If I had to put money on Sidney Crosby having a much better game than he did on Saturday this Thursday, I'd put a lot of money on it because he's a super proud player. He's a pretty responsible player. Doesn't really make plays like that. And he had a second giveaway that didn't turn into a goal. It was just kind of an off night for 87 in that regard. And I think he'll be, he's really good against Sweden. Obviously, came up with a goal against Finland and, hit whatever empty net goal still, made it a key play. I think he'll have a better game. I think Nathan McKinnon is going to be more of a force than we saw. Even Cale Makar. Like, Cale Makar, I know he's only played a few games, but for him not have a point in 2 games is kind of surprising to me. So there's lots of reasons to think that Canada is going to come up with their best effort. My last one to you, TR, is concerned at all about Binnington and just the fact that, he allowed a weak goal against Sweden. He allowed a weak goal against the USA. I don't know if any of those Finland goals were weak per se, but, they all came in the third period. What do you make of goaltending? How concerned are you, if any, about that?
I'm as concerned going into this as I was going into game 1. I'm not overconfident. I think he can do the job, but I'd be lying if I said, like we mentioned before, it's not Brodeur, it's not Waugh. And I know. I'm not trying to just hitch my whole memory of the past and romanticize it in this way that back then I just knew we were going to win. We didn't, and we lost a lot of times. But there's just something. There's something that still makes me a little bit hesitant. But that being said, going to somebody else now is definitely a no. And it's so much could be criticized and go wrong if you do that. If anything else, he's played. He's confident. He's an NHL goalie that won. So if anything, going into this game, I'm actually, be honest with you, as I think about it, my worry is slightly less because you got to ride some kind of wave. We've lost one to them. We're due a win, and he's a winner. So, it's the best we got. Let's go with it and not try to, have some big anxiety mountain out of it when it's a molehill at best.
Great stuff, TR. We'll chat with you next. Let's get to the comment on a Sports 1440 update brought to you by Fountain Tire. And the mid-winter tire event is on now. 20% off all in-stock tires. You get the best big names, quality savings, great service. FountainTire.com.
Sports 1440. Stingray Radio Station. CHJR. Broadcasts from West Edmonton Mall and Wetaskiwin.
Download the free Stingray music app and listen wherever you go. This is the Sports 1440 update.
The Boston Bruins announced today that Charlie McAvoy will not play for Team USA in Thursday's four-nation face-off final against Canada. There were some reports that Quinn Hughes had been traveling to Boston. Just in case that is not true, he is on the ice with the Vancouver Canucks practicing in a non-contact jersey. The Toronto Blue Jays and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. were not able to come to an agreement on a contract extension ahead of the deadline set by the star first baseman, indicating that he will test the free agent market next November. Jays management said they were aggressive in their offers, but Guerrero said that he and the team were not close to an agreement during negotiations. In the CFL, the Edmonton Elks have signed defensive lineman Brandon Barlow officially. The 27-year-old suited up in all 18 games with the Ticats last season with a career-high 40 tackles and 5 sacks. He's got 14 sacks in his last 32 CFL games. On the ice in the AJ, you got Lloyd Minster taking on GP. That'll get going at 7. At 6 o'clock in the Dub, Brandon hosting the PA Raiders. And at 5 o'clock, PWHL action is Minnesota in Montreal. Coming up in Hour 3 of the Jason Gregor Show, we'll ask 5 questions and be joined by former NHLer Jason Strudwick. I'm Connor Halley. This has been a Sports 1440 update.
Silent Ice Sports and Entertainment is an innovative market leader across Western Canada with sports and entertainment properties including the Spruce Grove Saints, the Junior Prospects Hockey League, Silent Rides Charter Company, the Hockey Super League, and the newly launched Female Super League. Silent Ice also owns the Western Hockey League Seattle Thunderbirds and operates the Morinville AAA Arena. The Silent Ice Center, a new state-of-the-art entertainment facility, is open in Nisku, which features 2 sheets of ice, including a 1,600-seat arena and a restaurant with a viewing area.
power. The locks are on a timer. They're going to get out.
Sounds like a job for the men and women of Action Electrical.
Service team reporting. With the remarkable reach of our bucket trucks and other equipment, we assess, service, and maintain your electrical lighting and automation systems.
Facing an electrical menace? Call the men and women of Action. Operating throughout Alberta at actionelectrical.net.
I'm Colin Livingston, president of Cantor, proudly delivering world-class hydraulic torque wrenches in Canada since 2016. I'm thrilled to announce our in-house production of tool components and accessories for faster turnarounds and enhanced versatility. The future is here at Cantor.com.
Introducing the new McSpicy from McDonald's. It looks like a regular chicken sandwich, but it's actually a spicy chicken sandwich. McSpicy. Consider yourself warned. Limited time only. Participate in McDonald's in Canada.
Okay, how about you give us your star winger for a bag of pucks? What if I throw in some Will Hawk beef jerky?
Yourself a trade.
With Will Hawk beef jerky on their side, the Alberta teams definitely have an unfair advantage this trade deadline. Pick up some today and use it for trade leverage in your fantasy league.
No way, man. It's way too good.
Will Hawk beef jerky, only available in Leduc. Get yours today because you don't win trades with salad.
At Leading Edge Physiotherapy, we believe in the wisdom of Patch Adams. Treat a disease, you win, you lose. Treat a person, I guarantee you'll win no matter what the outcome. We don't treat conditions, we treat people. From personalized treatment plans to compassionate care, we're committed to helping you achieve your goals. That's why hands-on techniques, unique technologies, and a commitment to hiring amazing people mixed with friendly, fun neighborhood environments. And ta-da! No, it's not magic. It's about being human. Sometimes being human hurts, but life shouldn't hurt. LeadingEdgePhysio.com.
Mr. Rooter travels the world.
Buongiorno, Italy. Nothing beats immersing oneself in another culture. Ooh, look at that. What an intricate design. Huh, wow. What a weird way to turn on the shower. OMG, a dedicated porcelain bidet. Do I try it? Well, when in Rome. Oh my, this beats that robot toilet in Japan.
All plumbing roads lead to Mr. Rooter.
When was the last time your electricity and natural gas provider made you feel like this? Low rates, no strings attached, year-round perks, and local energy experts who always have your back. With Encore by Epcor. Find that carefree energy feeling at encore.epcor.com/carefree.
Customers are free to purchase natural gas or electricity services from a retailer of their choice. For a list of retailers, visit ucahelps.alberta.ca or call 310-4822 toll-free.
86 deliveries made.
11 friends' houses moved.
9 renos completed, and the next one on its way.
Measure your Tundra's capability and memories, not just mileage. It's time to Toyota. Lease a 2025 Tundra 4x4 double cab SR5 from $152 weekly for 60 months at 5.19% with $6,699 down. Visit shoptoyota.ca or your local Prairie Toyota dealer today.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Epcor. Stormwater ponds in Edmonton are designed to move water and runoff from streets and sidewalks, making them unsafe for winter activities. Instead, head to a community league, or city rink that is safe for you, your family, and friends. Think twice and stay off the ice. Learn more at epcor.com/winter safety.
The Jason Gregor Show, the best of Edmonton sports talk and beyond. This is Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
.408. Welcome back, Jason Gregor. Connor Halley, Terry Ryan with you on Sports 1440, Oilers Nation, YouTube, Facebook, X, and Instagram. The Gregor Show is always presented by PlayAlberta.ca, where you can get in the game on Tuesday. Get your tickets. Lotto Max, $30 million. And hey, let's hope that this is the last Tuesday where we got sub minus 20 for the next few months at least. Okay, we don't need this till maybe next December. Can we all agree on that? I think it would be it would be nice. But yeah, it's supposed to heat up by Thursday, even tomorrow, getting a little bit better into the minus teens. So we'll take that. And then it's supposed to get really warm. Might be like, man, if I'm looking, some say we might be up to like 7 or 8 degrees. It's like all or nothing. Like my son said, this has been the worst ODR season. It's either minus 25 or plus 5. Well, that's no good. Somewhere in the middle would be a little bit nice. TR, you guys still got snow there? Like all that snow, like Montreal, man. I heard it was like 40 centimeters one day and 50 the next. It was just snow-orama. But you still out on the East Coast? You're still you got brown? You got snow right now? What's happening? Like you're muted again, but
speak.
Oh, there we go. No, we got you back.
Yeah, we've got a lot of snow now. It's falling as we speak. And it hasn't been the coldest for about a week, but it's been snowing a lot now. I've been out of town in Montreal. It was absolute. I've never seen downtown Montreal like this. I didn't realize the numbers, but I mean, the day everything was getting canceled, it snowed more the next day. Yeah. And then we were walking around downtown, and it was as if you were walking through a ghost town, like a Wild West, like Tombstone or something. There was nothing happening. It was wild. I've never seen it like that. And honestly, I have a good friend that works here. I won't say her name. She works with Air Canada, and I phoned her. It was Sunday night, and she said, if you can get to the airport right now, there's one seat just opened up. I can get you on there. Did me a huge solid. Like I said, I have buddies that are still there. And as of now, they've been canceled 3 times. It says now they're going out Wednesday night or Thursday morning, and we don't even know if that's going to happen yet. It's and, outside of all of that, Toronto, a lot we're going through there.
Oh. Yeah,
right.
Great. Yeah.
And like I said, some of my buddies drove to Toronto in a snowstorm just to get home. And then of course they got there and a plane flipped over and now they were all canceled out of there. So it's, it's the weather is one thing, and, to miss a day or even 2, but a lot of people have to work. So, things are pretty crazy. I'm leaving myself on Saturday to go play in a celebrity game. I can't believe I'm saying those words, in LA for the wildfires. We're raising money. So I'm really looking forward to that. I just got invited a couple days ago.
A few things. We get to the Oil now. Of course, they're back on the ice today. Players, this break, I talked to a few players I just bumped into randomly, and they mentioned how you just, you don't get a rest like this during the season where you don't skate or anything. And he said, man, like you feel refreshed. And you got a little ache and pain, nagging thing, nothing serious, but they'll be fresh. Now, for anybody out there listening, the rules due to 4 Nations is any team who has a player at 4 Nations, you are eligible to bring in 2 extra players to practice for the next few days, and they don't count on the roster. They don't count on the cap. Every team can do it, actually, except Washington because they didn't have anybody going, or San Jose. But any other team can bring up to 2 players. So the Oilers have Derek Ryan and Matt Savoy here. Now, Derek Ryan, the deal was when he went down to the minors, he had the whole time off anyway. He didn't play the last few games. Obviously, his family stayed here, so that was always a deal. But Matt Savoy is the other guy, TR. And from multiple sources I've heard from, I expect Matt Savoy is like Noah Philp was on the team before the break. I think Matt Savoy is the guy that's going to get on here, and we're going to see him in a game here pretty quick. He's had a really good rookie season in the American League this year. He's played in every situation, 5-on-5, power play. He's got 6 penalty kills, shorthanded points. And the description I got was when he's on the penalty kill, he's approached it like a checker, like he's blocking shots. He's doing all the right things. It's just leading to chances. And then, of course, once you cross the center, well, now his offensive skill set kicks in. And so when I look at Matt Savoy, and I always try to calm expectations for people. You played in the league, TR. Like, it is damn hard. You play in the American League, and it's a very good league, but you come to the NHL, and not saying he can't do it, but you know what? I think you're going to see him for sure in the top 9. Maybe he'll play a game with Leon Draisaitl. We'll see or not. But, there's obviously intrigue there, but he just turned 21 in January. Like, people still got to be, temper your expectations for him. But Savoy's a smart player, reads the ice well. And I was over the break, I was watching some game film and tape again on Draisaitl. And, everybody, they need a shooter and they need a scorer with him. And I'm like, I'm not really sure they need a high-volume shooter with Draisaitl, because Draisaitl consistently scores without a lot of shots. he likes to possess the puck and create time in the offensive zone, wear down the defense, and then attack, right? He doesn't want a guy who comes in and is shooting from all these sharp angles and wasting shots. But like I look at Arvidsson. Arvidsson is 10th in the NHL in shots per 60 at 5-on-5. 10th. Skinner's 13th. And neither one of them has had a boatload of success with Draisaitl and finishing. And I just wonder if, maybe a guy like Savoy, because he's not going to be a high volume shooter, that maybe it's a fit. And that's something they might want to look at.
It's probably something they are looking at. And I think it's a great time to give him a shot. He's 21 now, 6 months ago, you come a long way in this particular year of hockey. So at the beginning of the season, and, the Oilers didn't start on fire again, there would have been a little bit more pressure. And I'm sure some older guys felt it. Guys like Skinner say what you want, corrected it to some degree, right? Like at some point, you stay with it, you stay positive, but that's easier said to a 30-year-old than a 20-year-old. And now coming in, I'm not saying there's always going to be eyes on you. It's the Edmonton Oilers, but they've certainly turned the corner and then some. And you got some of the players that are going to be tired, obviously, from this tournament. And the rest of the guys have had a great rest. And it'll probably be a very easy time to meet people. Not that he hasn't met them, but to be part of the team, part of the fabric of the team. I think it could only give him confidence if he goes out there and just plays his game.
Yeah, well, and really, he doesn't know the group very well. He was here for training camp. That's it, right? Like, he's a rookie guy, and so he'll get some skates in with them. And I'm kind of curious to see, where he plays. They're not going to bring him up and put him on the fourth line. Like Noah Philp came here. Noah Philp was going to be your fourth line center, so you got to try him in the fourth line role. But if Matt Savoy is going to stick with your team, he's not going to stick at that level. Right. So now, for those people wondering, so as I said, for the practice days, Savoy doesn't count on the cap. Right. That's the rule. So the practice day up until basically Friday. So now when they come back on Saturday, they would have to officially recall him, and then he would start on the cap. For anybody wondering, because the Oilers will accrue cap space right up. So, they'll use that advantage every day to save a little cap space. But, you'd expect it. Now, I don't know if it's officially Friday, or it won't be. I'm guessing Saturday is when you'd have to officially activate him, but he'll be able to skate today, and tomorrow's not on the roster, same as Derek Ryan. And then I would expect, because they're playing we're going to call him up just to practice and miss games in the American League. Like, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure this out. But I wrote in the article even before this came out that they were having these guys here. I had a source tell me that expect Matty Savoy to get a chance to play coming out of the before the trade deadline. And, you got to express all options, because now even 7 games isn't enough to tell you, but it can give you an insight to say, hey, maybe hey, maybe, because the Oilers do want to make some tweaks, TR, and it's just a matter of how many and how big of tweaks they want to make between now and March 7th.
Yeah. And, you want to be careful about your tweaks at this time of the season. I think the Oilers have, I don't mean that in a negative way. I think the Oilers are a well-oiled machine at this point. I think most of the season, things have generally gone their way. I don't think they need to overthink things, but getting guys like Savoy in, I can't see how that would hurt them in any way. For some of those other guys, I just think, it's, you got to use this final stretch to work on your own game. And there, like I said, there's something to be said about streaks and momentum. And, for every one of those streaky guys, like, again, I'll say Skinner, but Arvidsson didn't start hot either. There's an opportunity here to really solidify their spot in the lineup going into the playoffs. And you could say that about half the team, but there's certain guys that, hey, you want a shot at a real cup to play an important role. This is the time to shine, and it couldn't be any better. Couldn't be any better of a time going into the playoffs with a team that's been this successful thus far.
We got a lot of texts to get to. 833-401-1440 in our email inbox. 833-401-1440. Hey, TR, of Players you played with, NHL past or present, who resembles the character Shorzy? Also, who is the best chirper all time that you played against? And who do you think sets the tone for Canada Thursday? Bruce in the park.
Wow. Well, who sets the tone for Canada? I think so far the tone against the Swedes was set. I think if you actual tone, Nate McKinnon early in the game, I think his first shift, he really made a believer out of me. He finished every hit. He he set the tone. And in the next game, of course, if you want to go first fight, it was Hagel. I think it was a team group thought, and Hagel happened to be the conduit. But who do I think? Okay, so that's that. Who do I think is the most like Shorzy that I came across?
Yeah, with
or against? It's got to be, for a lot of reasons, Matthew Barnaby. I mean, I fought him. I heard him on the ice. I've played with it. So I know what he's like when I'm cheering for him, and I also know what he's like to play against. I was a formidable opponent. I was his same size and weight. I like to throw back. And,
who is the best chirper?
Well, what I'm saying from that point of view is that he also liked to chirp.
Okay. Yeah,
so
yeah.
I think, I don't think I've come across anybody that encompassed that side of Shorzy when it comes to the physical level and the chirping, and someone that loves the game so much. Shorzy, I see Shorzy as we go on and on. I mean, we're great side dressing, but I see it a lot as the story of Shorzy's love for hockey and his love for Laura Moore. And as we see it play out, I love to be part of like I said, the window dressing here. And we're all part of a show that celebrates the game. But I see Shorzy like that, and he's a very passionate person. And Matty Barnaby is the same sort of way with the game. And, the people that he might sometimes rub you the wrong way, but he can be ignorant, but he's got a heart to him, and he's a great chirper. And, if you're on his good side or his country or his team, then he's passionate.
Yeah. Well, makes sense. 4:20 when we come back, Jason Strudwick will join us. Jason Gregor, Terry Ryan on The Gregor Show, presented by PlayAlberta.ca.
Introducing the new McSpicy from McDonald's. It looks like a regular chicken sandwich, but it's actually a spicy chicken sandwich. McSpicy. Consider yourself warned. Limited time only. Participate in McDonald's in Canada.
Scott McGilvery here, HGTV host and renovation expert. The one upgrade I know homeowners will love: better, fresher Culligan water straight from the tap. Culligan's Aquasential reverse osmosis filtration system takes your water to the next level. With up to 7 stages of filtration and 14 filter options, they're certified to reduce over 90 contaminants. Your tap water is about to get a major upgrade. Safer water that tastes great. Get started with a free in-home water test at Culligan.com. Culligan, water you love.
At Papa John's, we're not just in the business of making better pizza. We're in the business of making everything better. Ambitious? Perhaps. Delicious? You better believe it. Monday? Make it a pizza party. Sick of parenting? Get Papa John's on dinner duty. Date night? We've got the recipe for romance. With our never frozen dough and always fresh toppings, Papa John's is committed to making it all better. Get better today at papajohns.ca or visit any of our 50-plus locations across Alberta. Papa John's. Better ingredients, better pizza.
I'm Colin Livingston, president of Cantork. Since 2016, we've been at the forefront of hydraulic torque wrenches in Canada. I'm delighted to share our latest venture, in-house production for quicker turnaround, superior quality, and heightened versatility. Experience excellence at Cantork.com.
Are you tired of waking up tired? Are you tossing and turning all night and stiff and sore the next morning? If your sleep is suffering, it's time to visit the Brick Mattress Store. Their sleep experts will help you find the right support for restful night's sleep. Back sleeper, side sleeper, hot or cold, there's a perfect mattress for you. Plus, with next day delivery, your best night's sleep could be tomorrow. Check out the Brick Mattress Store locations at Spruce Grove, South Edmonton, St. Albert, Leduc, and start waking up refreshed.
Hockey is back, and Play Alberta, Alberta's #1 sportsbook and official partner of the Edmonton Oilers, has you covered with bigger offers, boosted odds, live betting, player props, and more. New to Play Alberta, new players now receive $200 in free bets just for signing up. You already play? Get a $10 free bet for every $100 you bet. Every week, all season long. Visit playalberta.ca and make your picks today. Bonus terms and conditions apply.
For a silly hockey fan, Your partner in power just skated onto the ice.
EWEL.ca, the new e-commerce website for electrical wholesalers Edmonton, is ready for the power play 24/7, 365.
UL skates to where the puck will be in 5 years. Now that's forward thinking.
Killer selection, slamming products from the best brands, and legendary service.
Don't sit on the bench. Get your account today at ewell.ca and win that project.
Plug into your partner in power. Get an EWEL.ca account today.
Legacy Heating and Cooling offers no payments and no interest for 1 year on your new furnace. So, when you wake up to no heat,
call Legacy. Call Legacy.
If you need it immediately with no overtime rates,
call Legacy. Call Legacy.
If you need it immediately and want to combo it with AC,
call Legacy. Call Legacy.
No payments and no interest for 1 year on your new furnace. It could only be Legacy Heating and Cooling.
Don't settle for being on the rate of last resort if you don't have to be. Check your most recent electricity bill. If it says the words rate of last resort on it, then there are likely better options available for you. In fact, you could save hundreds of dollars per year by switching plans. Check your bill, then go to ucahelps.ca to explore your options. You will likely find a better rate and could have hundreds more in your pocket by the end of the year. A message from the Government of Alberta.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Papa John's. It's Terrific Tuesday. Get 40% off any regular price pizza when you use the covert 40 Tuesday at the start of each pizza order at papajohns.ca.
From puck drop to kickoff, it's the Jason Gregor Show on Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
Welcome back. Jason Gregor, Connor Halley with you on Sports 1440, Oilers Nation, YouTube, Facebook, and X. As we're going to get to Struds On, brought to you by Silent Eye Sports and Entertainment, and big sponsors of the 4th annual Blades of Steel Pond Hockey Tournament that goes Saturday, March 1st down at Cattail Crossing. You get your team. You can have up to 8 players. Usually you got 6 or 7. And it's $600 entry. First place is $2,000. So you got an opportunity to have a lot of fun and make some money. So go to cattailcrossing.ca and you can sign up for the Blades of Steel tournament. Get in now.
The Jason Gregor Show presents Struds On.
I don't believe in tea bags. I use loose leaf tea, and it is so much better than the tea bags. I'll eat tea bags. I'll
Struds On.
I'm not a huge DJ guy. I guess if you hand me a couple glow sticks and a tight white t-shirt that I can get wet, maybe I'd be into it.
Struds On.
There's a lone steakhouse I used to go to down in Kentucky, and they had bowls of peanuts. I wasn't sucking on those ones. You need to have clean nut. I'm talking about the kind you get in a bag at an Elks game. You know what I mean?
It's time for Struds On.
I know what Struds means sometimes. Sometimes I have no idea what he's talking about. Struddy, how are you, my man?
Good. Nice to be on camera. I'm not driving kids around this afternoon, and I didn't want to dress up to make you guys feel inadequate, so I dressed down.
Buddy, you're just trying to look like a relic right now. It's fantastic. Just making TR feel at home like he's on the Beachcombers or something. So it's all right.
I've got my Team Canada, my Canadian stuff. Struds is looking at us in the eve of one of the biggest hockey games in the history of our country with 3 Americans behind them.
Yeah, that is weak. That is very weak.
Oh, wait, that's Mark Messier. Take that back. Take that back.
Jersey. He's an American jersey. But Struddy, take me through now. Hey, I know that you're watching that game. I don't know if you're watching with your family, wherever you were. Hopefully you weren't playing hockey at that point. But you've watched a lot of big games. You've been in big games. You're sitting on the bench, and I don't know if you've ever been in one where you've probably seen a few guys go off the opening faceoff. That happens, but in a game like that, to go back to back to back in 9 seconds, were you just like reliving your WHL days, or was this just a whole different level?
Well, it is, and I wasn't scared I was going to get beat up. I was just watching. But you know what? Like I did not expect that. I like in my wildest dreams, I thought maybe one fight. But I've been in a situation where I was, the first, the second, the third fight where you go out there, and the first fight you're excited because you want to set the tone. But then as you go out for the second one, like Bennett knew he was going out there for a reason, and you're like, okay, I've now got to keep this momentum going. Like there's a fight, and then the third one, you're like, oh my god, like this, I have to keep this going. So it's such a good feeling. It brings your team together, and I know that there's a lot of people that don't like fighting, but there's 3 fights, no one got touched up, no issues. But the camaraderie and the feeling of closeness you have, whether you were involved in the fight or not, it is something that there's not a lot I miss about playing. That is one I truly miss. And for those guys that did it, the Kachuk brothers, they're great for the game. They are so good for the game. Drew a lot of eyes to that game. We'll draw more eyes to Thursday night for people who want it to happen again, boys.
Oh, well, that's the thing. Like the anticipation for the game, and it's crazy. It might be a letdown if there's no fight in the first 5 minutes, which is kind of crazy when you think about it. And I'm not expecting there to be one when you think of history in these type of tournaments, right? Like all of a sudden now, that Saturday game was, you can send a message, and in Canada's case, if you lose, you still felt like you probably had a chance to come back and win, right? Like you looked at the scenarios and you're like, hey, if we win our game in regulation, we can still get in. So, but at the same time, Struds, I wonder if, I talk to a lot of American people and like, hey, like hockey's got to grow in the US, right? Like it's compared to the other sports, it's MLS has maybe passed it a little bit, but here's an opportunity to grow. And obviously the US, I've always said there's somewhat of front runners. If they're good at something, they'll really support it. If they're not, they're like, man, well, we like it, but we're not the best in the world, so we're not going to talk about it. Right. And that's just kind of how they are. So, from a hockey perspective, it's probably better for the US to win. But of course, as Canadians, we should give 2 squirts about that, and we want to win. What's your expectations for Thursday?
I think that Team Canada has grown as a group over the 3 games. I don't think they had the lines correct. And I think actually on this show, I said that I didn't think Marner and Reinhart were the right guys for McDavid. Right there, Marner doesn't play the type of game that suits Connor McDavid. Right, Connor needs guys that play with pace, that are aggressive, goal retrieve pucks. Not that he doesn't get them himself, but that's not Marner's game. Marner wants to slow the game down. He wants the puck to come to him, and then he lets his skill and his high hockey IQ take over. So now they've got the right lines, not just with McDavid. I think Braden Point, Gregor, you watched him many years in Moose Jaw, smart, competitive, and Stone. Stone, I think he's underappreciated. Yeah. The whole LTIR thing with the Vegas, that doesn't rub me exactly right, but he's really smart. You will never show a video of Mark Stone skating and say, this is how you tell your son or daughter to skate. That'll never happen. But everything else he does, you love it. The way he finds open ice, the way he competes, gets back for pucks. He's in the way, and he's the slowest guy on the ice. He's always in the way. This guy is always in the way. So those are the right line mates. And then McKinnon and Crosby seemed always to make sense. They found Reinhart for there, and he understands how to play them. Then the third and fourth lines feel like they've kind of sorted themselves out as well. So, and make no mistake, getting Cale Makar back, guys, that is a huge bonus. But I think the forward lines were messed up. They weren't ready. Now they were ready. They feel like they can score. And I think that, honestly, I don't even think the comeback by Finland was a bad thing, because even John Cooper said, we can now review what we did wrong, understand who maybe are the right players to put out in those moments and what that grouping looked like. So this isn't the same team that USA beat 2-1, Greg's.
No. Well, I love what you said there, because I couldn't believe I'm watching that game unfold, and I'm like, where the hell's the Bennett line? The Bennett-Marchand connecting line had been great, and then he didn't play him for 5 minutes, and then he also switched the McDavid line. Right? Like he switched Marner and Point, and I'm like, what are we doing? Like, just keep them how it was. Like, sometimes you overthink it, but and I like John Cooper. He's like, okay, you know what? Yeah, I probably screwed up there. Like, to me, that first of all, Bennett was killing it in the faceoffs, but that line, every time they're out there, Struddy, like they don't generate a ton, but man, they weren't giving up a lot. Like, I know they were on for the Linda, the first goal, but it wasn't like a glaring error. Sometimes the teams just score. I really like that line, and I'm like, God, they've been a momentum builder. Why are they sitting on the bench?
Yeah. So, at this level, all these guys are studs, skilled players, the best in the world. But, when it's that fast, you might not be able to do your skilled stuff. So you have to find a way to make things happen. So that can be forechecking, that can be being physical, hard back check. And those, when you look at Mitch Marner, it's hard to believe, but he is not an elite player. He's not a top 6 player on this team because he doesn't have that high engine. He's a really skilled player, but that's not his thing. So if you're beside Connor or McKinnon, you need to find a way to contribute. What am I doing? Because I'm not as good as those guys. Like when I go play men's league, yeah, I'm pretty damn good. I can do what I want. When I played in the NHL, I had to be rough. I had to fight. I'd get in everyone's face. I competed in warm-up. I was the hardest competitor in warm-up because if I didn't, I wasn't going to play. So everyone has to understand where they're at. And quite honestly, not to pick on Marner, I think that this tournament will make him evolve as a player because they'll understand that when you get at this level and playoffs, it's got to be hard. Look at some of those Finland matchups. I think at one time, Greg's counting the goalie, I think I counted 8 or 9 Stanley Cup winners on the ice at one time. 8 or 9. Like that is mind-blowing how many people have won Stanley Cups and you watch the way they play. McKinnon, Barkov, Makar, the guy from what's his name? Gustav Forsberg. Like they all play the same. Even though they're maybe not making skilled plays, they are, but they're getting things done, blocking shot, getting in the fit. Like that's how you have to play. And I thought Barkov, by the way, was unreal against Canada. So that I think that, we talk about Connor McDavid or you talk about all these guys growing, Eric Lindros or whatever. I think Marner watching will make a big difference for him in his career. I'd like to, if he really takes a second to evaluate himself.
Yeah. TR
guys. So let's just say Canada win, and we'll have proved a lot. We would have come together as a team. It would have been a real big, passionate moment for a country. We would have proved that we can come back from a loss, learn from your mistakes, everything we're talking about. That will have happened if we win. Now, if that happens, do you go out of your way to take all these people back that were part of that momentum for next year for the Olympics, or it's a different game? It's a bigger ice. Too bad, guys. We're bringing in 7 new ones. What do you do?
I think the core guys would be there. I think the core are easy. It's the guys on the edges. I don't think that bringing a bigger body would have been a bad thing. And not just for the fighting, but Tom Wilson. Now, the only question is, could he keep up? Does he have the pace to keep up to get some hits? Because you guys, one of the challenges for Canada will be getting through the USD. We saw that. I mean, they built a wall. They literally built a wall around their net. And it reminded me so much, Greg's, of Vegas beating the Oilers 2 years ago, right? In that second round. The Oilers, they look great. They're in the offensive zone. Everyone's like, well, we're in their zone. Yeah, great. You're in your zone. You're not getting in the middle of the ice. They did not allow it. So who's going to penetrate that tomorrow? And part of it's speed. And I think that the team has maybe evolved since then. But on the big ice, does that make sense with Tom Wilson? Another guy that really opened my eyes.
So go ahead, they don't play on the big ice at the Olympics, right? They changed that.
Yeah. Okay, right. So there you go. So then maybe that does change it. Now, it's a year away, and I know that he might not be the ideal guy, but I think someone that can get through to the middle of the ice. And I'm not suggesting that he'd be playing beside Connor McDavid, but a bigger body. The another guy who's opened my eyes here, guys, is Thomas Harley. Like he came in under crazy circumstances, comes in, man. He's big. He skates. I thought he played really well. So can he fight his way into this? But now there's more players coming to the Olympics, I believe. So, it's probably a little bit easier. But they're going to want to mix and match. Yeah, Marner's probably going to be there. But you know what? Maybe Scheifele, maybe a bigger body. How would Scheifele have looked beside Connor McDavid? I would have liked to have found out, but he wasn't an option there. So, no, to answer your question, TR, I think there are the core guys, yes. But some guys will be definitely on edge.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, Greg's, did you have a question there?
No, I was saying I agree. I think I could see 3 or 4 new faces because you kind of learn and you see different things you want to build for your team.
Even if they would say they win 4-1, you might have an argument to say, you know what, we're playing on this same in a year from now. I mean, there could be crazy streaks at the beginning of the season. Who knows? Maybe Bedard got 50 points and he's leading the score. I mean, you never know how many people. Scheifele, of course, but that's where I was going with it. I mean, do you mess too much with a good thing? Because the outlying players now are kind of doing a job. You know what I mean?
They are. And I guess what I'd say about Bedard is that how many top 6 players do you need? And it's I got to believe McDavid will be back. I got to believe that Stone will be back. Crosby, McKinnon, and Reinhart. I'd have a hard time seeing those 5 not in there.
True.
So Braden Point. Sorry, Greg. Braden Point. So those 6, they're locks. So who's punching into that top? Is Bedard going to suddenly improve that much and get bigger to be able to go against those American D? I don't know. I don't see that. So is he guaranteed to lock on this team next time? I have a hard time seeing that, guys. Just right as we sit right now, because those Tampa Bay kids, they'll be on that team, man. I love the way that Hagel, Cirelli, I already talked about Point. Konechny, what will he grow from this experience? Or not Konechny? Yeah, Konechny, right?
Yeah, Konechny, yeah.
So these are things that they're looking at. And make no mistake, like Sidney Crosby, that play at the end of the game. Now, I don't know if he meant to hit Granlund, but he was in the way, hit him, popped up and shot the puck in the net before Granlund even knew what the hell was going on. That's experience. Connor will have grown from it. McKinnon will have grown from it. But I believe he still needs Sid there, man. He's been through it all.
Well, the thing about Sid, Struds, was Saturday might be one of the worst international games he played. He had the bad giveaway on the goal. He had another bad giveaway in the third period. Like, I guarantee, if there was things you could guarantee, I'll say Sidney Crosby. Now, I'm not saying he'll score a goal or whatever, because I think his first shot of the tournament came in against Finland when he had that good chance late. But Sidney Crosby has always been a really smart player. He's a very prideful player in his defense. You don't see him make errors like that where he just gives up the puck. Like, even in that Finland game, he had the puck in the boards once and he just fluffed it. I'm just like, what the hell's going on here? Like, just doesn't happen for him very often. So I think he'll be ready. I look at the, the Cale Makar factor definitely helps out Struds, but you mentioned Thomas Harley. I quickly wanted to ask you about other guys in the tournament. Like, if you're a Vancouver Canucks fan and you're a Swedish fan, what are you doing? Like, what's up with Elias Pettersson, man? Like, all the Swedes before the tournament thought, hey, this guy will be better. God, his stock might have lowered during this tournament.
Greg's, at some point you have to accept what's going on, right? So let's just go back more than a year at Christmas. His play started dropping. Yeah. In the playoffs, he was near invisible against the Oilers, nearly invisible. After that, we find out he has a bad knee. Okay, you know what? I get it. He had an injury since Christmas. Let's get it. No, we're going to get going again. Starts the year, then there's a whole JT Miller thing. And Miller's out. He plays better. Miller's in. He's not playing well. Okay, whatever. They trade JT Miller, and his play is whatever. And I thought this is a huge opportunity for him to make a statement. Like, I am now I'll be, the player everyone thinks I am, and more importantly, he thinks he can be. And he barely played in the third period. I was watching that game, and he's got that huge head and the long neck. You're like, this guy, he stands out. He doesn't just blend in. And then afterwards, I think it was Frank Saravalli had a tweet that said he played a minute in the third period and was the lowest of his minutes when the team won. So there is a lot of work to do for him personally. And I don't know what it is. It seems like he's not confident. I don't know, but he is not even in the top 20, 30, 40 players in the NHL right now. Right now, in this tournament, if you rank the 4 teams, I don't know what he'd be in the top 30 forwards. How many forwards would there be? There'd be at 12 or whatever, 30, 50 some forwards. I don't think I'd have him in the top 30, 35.
No chance. No, he is crazy. He's been a ghost. Like, and confidence is a big deal. But TR, and now defensive confidence is probably different than offensive guys. But when you're a scorer and you don't have confidence, like Pettersson looked like he could barely even make a play, right? Like, he doesn't look engaged. And to me, he looks like he's always thinking and he's not reacting TR in the offensive zone, right? Like, I know you want to think, but you know what I mean? Like, a lot of it's got to be instinctual and you just react rather than think where you're going to go. He seems to be thinking his way around the ice rather than playing his way around.
I agree, but my question is why? Like, to me, I just don't get it. He looked better in his first year. He's in his prime. He's got a huge contract. Well, I hope that's not the reason, but I just don't know why. Like, I can't, because it's so night and day. He went from being electric to watch every night. His IQ, his hockey IQ is off the charts. And it looks like it's going the other way at a time where it should be increasing. I just don't understand it.
Struddy, you know what he reminds me of? He reminds me of a guy who challenged his grade 12 exam because he didn't like his mark and then got worse the second time he took the test.
Can't stand those kind of bastards. And, you know what? Honestly, Greg's like, TR, I watch him and I think there was a time where I could see him become an elite player. Right now, I'm wondering how he can even finish his contract. Right?
Yeah.
I have a hard time, and that is pretty crazy when you think about it. Like, yeah, he might be one of the top 10 players in the league. And now I'm like, in this tournament, I said, I don't think he's top 35. Think of all the players who are not in the tournament to push him down further. Leon, Pasternak, all these guys keep pushing him down. So he is paid like a top, I don't know, what is it? You know, the top 10 player in the league. He is not a top 40 or 50 forward, probably in the league, right? And Rick Tocchet must be just, you know, just pulling his hair out, thinking, what do I have to do to get this guy going? Because they need him. If he doesn't go, and that, I don't know if they can move him. Maybe that contract can move. I don't know. Someone will give him a chance. But boys, he's really struggling. He is not even close to what he was.
No, no, not at all. Quickly, Struds, Matt Savoy. He's up right now. Now, the rules, because of Four Nations, you're allowed to have two players come up for practice that don't count against the cap. And so it's him and Derek Ryan. Now, Derek Ryan's been here the entire break. That was agreed upon before he was sent down. His family's here. So, you know, it's great. It's a great move by the organization. Let him see his wife and kids and just kind of hang out, that time that he'd kind of planned to have off the whole year. But Savoy's up here. And my understanding is that he's going to go on the road trip. And he's going to get into the NHL. What's your expectations, and how can you ask people to temper their expectations on Matt Savoy? Because I don't expect him to be a difference maker. I hope he has success, but it's like I want him to do well. At the same time, there shouldn't be unrealistic expectations heaped on him.
No, and I believe this is a process, part of the process, which is to let him see the NHL, let him see the speed, the physicality, so he gets a feeling for what it's like. And then I'm guessing he's probably going to go back down. Like I hope he comes up and tears the league in half, but I have a really hard time believing that. I think he's growing in the American League, and he's got to figure out. Let him get there at his time, right, with the pace that he requires. Now, I'd be interested to see where he plays on this trip, right? I think they got to try to get Skinner going. Where he, does he deserve a shot in the top six? He's played better, and if they can find him, get him going, that'd be huge. But there's Arvidsson. I think the top line's probably the top line, unless they spread out the centers, right? 97, 29, 93, and then Henrique, then everyone gets a winger, right? Or everyone gets a center. So I just hope he gets, I don't want to see the 6 minute a night, Greg's. Can't play 6 minute a night and say, well, he didn't do anything. Yeah, that's right. I got more ice time and warm up than I did in the game. So I'd like to see him get close to 10 at least and give him a real chance. Let him get his beak wet here for a couple games at least.
Yeah. Well, I expect it. I think I'm going to say this very comfortably. He'll be in your top 9 for sure. I don't know if the first game he'll be with Leon Draisaitl, but I think because you're right with Philp not coming up, you got Henrique, Nugent Hopkins, Draisaitl, McDavid as your centers. So I think that's kind of what it'll be. Now Savoy's played mainly wing, and he's a right shot who's actually been winning some pretty key faceoffs in the American League. So, there's an option there if you want him on the right side. Maybe you start him with Nugent Hopkins and he plays right wing. And then if you want him to take some of the strong side or right side faceoffs, he could do that. So we'll see. But I'm curious, Struddy, because he's played really well down in the American League in all facets. And I think this is how you develop a young player.
100%. And they need him.
Yes. People thought he should come up start of the year. I'm like, no, let him go down there. He played in every situation. He's been a better player because I was told that he's been killing penalties like a checker, meaning like he's not thinking about offense. He's blocking shots. And guess what, Struddy? He still does have offense because he has 6 shorthanded points this year.
Yeah. So just like I talked about Marner earlier, right? Like if I'm not scoring, am I still contributing? And I think that's something he can do. So he's got the speed to kill penalties. And he's a very smart player. On the power play, he's probably not going to get power play time. Just look at that lineup. Like who's coming out of that first unit. But if he can kill penalties with his speed, now he's getting extra ice time, and eventually he'll get a little bit of power play time. He'll start working way in. But I think the Oilers need this guy to come through so much because he'd be cheap and he's skilled.
Yeah, wouldn't be a bad thing at all. Struddy, enjoy the day. When is your new show coming?
Yeah, tomorrow we're going to try it. Or not try it. We're going to do it tomorrow. Come back in the hostess chair with the mostest. So I'll try it, get it going tomorrow. Looking for 12 to 1. And we'll talk, Oilers, but just a little bit of everything. And I'm really looking forward to it.
You're going to comb your hair? Or you're going to wear a toque?
Yeah, there's a lot of discussion about what I'll be wearing. I know people, I always get accused of dressing too sexy. Hashtag too sexy. I know you always dislike that, Greg. So I'll try to dial it down a bit.
I recall mentioning that lots when I think of Struddy is dressing too well.
Listen to the tape. TR, you know I get dressed up, and it's just
My eyes are up here.
You
can host it standing up on a wide. You know, get the whole flavor of Struds in there.
Yeah. By the way, TR, I love seeing you with no shirt in some of the Shoresy ones. Like that's confidence. You're looking good. Confidence is high. I love it.
Gotta be. That's it. When you know that when 3 months ahead of time, you know you're gonna be on camera in the summer with your shirt off. That'll motivate you. Yeah, exactly.
True. Very true. Thanks, Struddy. We'll talk to you next Tuesday.
Talk to you guys soon. See you, boys.
Yeah.
There we go. It's very well said. Hey, man, when you know you're off on camera with no shirt on, you got 3 months. You better come in prepared. There's is this like your best, like your body body fat percentage? Is this the lowest of your career?
I'll tell you the honest truth. In season 2, he asked me for reasons. Now I don't want to spoil everything, but if you've watched along, you know, in season 2, we have to come back a little bit more dedicated and everything for other reasons or whatever reasons. And he asked me to get jacked. So I did. And before this one, he just said, now in this particular season, you're going to have your shirt off an awful lot. So it's up to you. So I was like, do I get jacked again? That was awful hard. I'd rather do triple the cardio, and I'm at cardio every day. So for me, it was easier to get down and be more lean. I don't want to say like a greyhound, but, you know, there's ways to train for, you know, I just did a lot of cardio, and I figured, okay, let's just try to trim out the body fat, less being jacked, because that's accessible every day. If you're on the road, you know, man, you're doing stuff. It's much easier for me to just put on go for a run or use the treadmill than every day to be pumping iron and this. And, I forgot to do triceps today. And it just became a headache. So I went with, you know, I'm going to try to get my body fat down. And I trained from that point like I was 20. Yeah, I really trained hard for that.
All right. I love it. Well, you can tell. That's good. We'll come back with 5 questions. Jason Gregor, Terry Ryan, Connor Halley on Sports 1440, Oilers Nation, YouTube, Facebook, and X.
Introducing the Female Super League. Female hockey is on the rise with more women playing the game than ever. Join us as we pave the way for the future of women's hockey. The FSL is more than a game. It's a movement and an experience for the motivated female athlete. Teams will compete in a showcase-style format featuring consistent interprovincial competition. Come be part of the journey as the 2024-25 season unveils a 12U division, as well as the launch of a groundbreaking progressive body-checking 14U division. For more information, visit femalesuperleague.com.
It's the season for love, and you're about to fall hard for the vehicle of your dreams. Presenting the outstanding 2025 XC90 from Volvo Cars Edmonton. Right now, you can lease your 2025 XC90 plug-in hybrid from 1.49% and save $4,600. Or finance a 2025 XC60 from 1.49% and save $1,500. All while being deeply infatuated by the newly upgraded, highly attractive body and wheel design. Volvo Cars Edmonton. VolvoCarsEdmonton.com. 1205 101 Street Southwest.
We've finished construction of our gamma radiation containment facility. Is it up to code? Is it going to be safe?
Sounds like a job for the men and women of Action Electrical.
Testing team reporting. We test your commercial operations using tools like infrared to ensure safe operation. Trust us to prevent potential calamity before it strikes.
Facing an electrical menace? Call the men and women of Action. Operating throughout Alberta at actionelectrical.net.
Dang. Last season, you bought new clubs to fix your game. You spent the entire season trying to learn how to hit with your magic clubs. And guess what? Dang. They didn't help your game. Now you're convinced it's your swing, but it really is your clubs. Even though you were told the ones you bought were the best ever made, if they were, you would have gotten better. Every day at Fitted Golf, we continue to prove the right clubs make all the difference in the world. From beginners to pros, Fitted Golf makes all the difference.
Yes.
FittedGolf.ca.
Legacy Heating and Cooling jingle auditions, take one for Gene Principe. Are you ready, Gene?
Ready? I'm not just here to make a thermo a couple of bucks. I'd never just microphone it in.
Take one.
Tall Legacy. Tall Legacy.
Nice.
Boom! I'm a musical genius.
Legacy's going to love this for furnace season.
I couldn't love it amore. With no payments and no interest for 1 year.
Are you always like this?
Yep. Unlike a furnace, I have no filter.
Legacy Heating and Cooling.
At Papa John's, we're not just in the business of making better pizza. We're in the business of making everything better. Ambitious? Perhaps. Delicious? You better believe it. Monday? Make it a pizza party. Sick of parenting? Get Papa John's on dinner duty. Date night? We've got the recipe for romance. With our never frozen dough and always fresh toppings, Papa John's is committed to making it all better. Get better today at papajohns.ca or visit any of our 50-plus locations across Alberta. Papa John's. Better ingredients, better pizza.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Japa Machinery. Do you know that Japa offers in-house and on-site heavy equipment service? Rain or shine, Japa Service Department is here for you. Visit japamachinery.com for all the details.
Tricks, touchdowns, and home runs. Get it all with the Jason Gregor Show on Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
4:53. Welcome back, Jason Gregor, Connor Halley, Terry Ryan, Sports 1440, sports1440.ca, as well as Orders Nation, YouTube, Facebook, and X. A lot of texts coming in at 833-401-1440, 833-401-1440 in our email inbox. We'll get to some of those, but first, it's 5 questions brought to you by The Brick. Are you waking up feeling more tired than when you went to bed? Well, a good night's sleep starts with the right mattress. Visit the Brick's mattress store today and find the mattress that will give you the restful sleep that you deserve. Check it out, The Brick.
It's time for 5 questions on the Jason Gregor Show.
All right, guys, question number 1. 27 games left in the Oilers season. If you had to set the over-under for wins, what would you put the number at?
I just briefly looked at the rest of their schedule, and they have 10 plus gimmies. So I'm going to put it at 19 and a half.
Ooh, I like it. So 20-7. Man, that's where I came in close. I thought they might win. Yes, you know what? I'll go 18 and a half. But yeah, because I thought they might be able to. I thought they'd win like 18, maybe. So
Question number 2. Obviously, Canada going to the final of the Four Nation face-off. But in hindsight, is there any roster move you would have made? It would just say one player you'd bring in, one player you would have taken out.
I would have had Logan Thompson on the team. So Montembeault out.
I would have had definitely Thompson, and I would have had Tom Wilson. I'm not just saying it because of what happened. I think I would have taken him at the beginning for obvious reasons.
Question number 3. What do you think happens with Vlad and the Jays? 3 options. He resigns in Toronto, he's traded during the season, or leaves in free agency.
I'll say he resigns, but I'll give that a 55%.
Oh, man. Pack your bags. I think he's done.
Like Jason, why wouldn't he have done it already? And I know what he's saying. When people go back to once the season starts, I don't want to negotiate. Often they want a way out anyway, and it's just an easy way that they won't get bothered all year. Like maybe he's just saying, no matter what, I don't want to be in Toronto.
Yeah, potentially. But when you, I could see him saying, "Hey, wait a sec. So I'm here. I put up really good numbers. I'm a young guy. The last 2 off seasons you've offered. Now he's not Ohtani, right? Ohtani's a pitcher. All the money you make, I get all that. But Juan Soto is not $200 million better player than Vladdy Guerrero, in my opinion. And I could see how Guerrero would be like, the hell's going on here? So, he said he even lowered his ask and they still didn't come close to what he was looking for. So I think he probably feels a little disrespected by the organization and just says, hey, and I get it how some guys don't want it ongoing. Like, that's a long time. Like, why do you have to have a contract in the final year of your deal? Right?
Yeah.
Why do you have to say, if I don't get it done now, like, I know that's always a little odd to me. I'll say this. If Toronto suddenly matches what he wanted, right? They came to him in August and said, you know what? We've realized we were wrong. Here's $450. Would he still not negotiate?
Yes. That's what I mean. It just seems odd not to, wouldn't it? Just give me what I want and I'm good.
Yeah.
Question number 4, Canada-USA rivalry, obviously gearing up in men's hockey. It's been that way for a long time in men's as well. But what do you guys think is the best international rivalry and specifically to their sport?
Oh, good question. Best international rivalry. Well, if we're going hockey, obviously, Canada, US, both the men and the women are pretty good. So, but international, it would probably be naive of me when we go globally. Like you look at some of those, soccer rivals would be and they're probably even arguably a bigger scale and more people, so it's more passionate. But if we're going hockey, it's obviously Canada and USA, and I don't really think it's close because it's both men and women.
Yeah, I hear that in the cricket world, India and Pakistan's a big one. I don't really know much about it, but it's fairly loud if I know nothing about the sport and I've heard of that rivalry. And I'm guessing Brazil, Argentina, but I don't really know because they're big at I'm saying in football and soccer. It's because they both are expected to win all the time. And, I suppose similar region. Maybe that, I don't know. It seems that way to me. Maybe I'm wrong. I remember a couple of years ago, there was one I'm after forgetting, and it just popped into my head now, but it was a couple of runners at the Olympics. It was Canada, US. I can't remember their names. So apologies to be ignorant, but maybe it's something we can all Google later and relive. Who knows? I remember it being something of a bickering match.
Final question for you guys. It is Nova Scotia Heritage Day. Well, I was fortunate to go visit Halifax a couple of years ago for a friend's wedding. Absolutely loved it. What would you guys say is your favorite province or territory to go visit in our great country?
I hate to sound so on the fence here, but honestly, I travel an awful lot. I love to do it. It's always been one of my favorite things to do. I didn't come to love Canada because I traveled, but now that I have, I can name you somewhere. I won't do it to waste time, but I can name you somewhere specific in each place that I love equally as much. I mean, on the surface, I could say, oh, the mountains of Alberta and BC and the Vancouver Island, but I can say that about somewhere all across Canada. There are just, it's one of the go-to things. One of the most intriguing things about our country is that it's so very big. And you can say multicultural and diverse when it comes to the people in it, but that also comes to the geography and the beauty of how it all comes together. And each place is distinctly different in many ways. So get at me if you want to. Maybe I'll talk about that on my podcast tomorrow. There you go. Well, my favorite place to go in each province. Tales with TR. There you go. You gave me an idea. Thank you.
All right. I like it. It's a tough question, Cons, because there's a few provinces I haven't been to yet. So, on the East Coast, right? Like, I've been everywhere, Quebec, Ontario, all those and out West. And, I like them for different reasons. I do like going to the ocean in Vancouver. It's quick, it's easy, it's nice. So I like that in Victoria. And I went there a few, probably a little bit more just because my nephew played there and such and visited a few buddies. But I've been to the East Coast once. I haven't been to all four of the provinces though. So that is on my number one to go bucket list is go and I would have my personal tour guide now who would take me across the four provinces in the Maritimes, because that's been like a lifetime goal of mine. Right. I got to go to the East Coast once, but not long enough. And not really experiment, getting to tour around. So really, I want to go in all four of them in the Maritimes. I've been to Quebec lots, I've been to Ontario lots, and I like them all. But I've never really had a legit visit to the Maritimes, and so that's at the top of my list.
Nice.
How about you?
I'd love to do more exploring out. Kind of Nova Scotia, New Brunswick. My uncle lives in PEI, so I'd like to go check those out. But that's high up on the list, and I
just named every Atlantic province but Newfoundland. What the hell's going on? I love going out west, man. I love Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and BC. They're all awesome.
I didn't want to rattle all of them off, but I had to give PEI.
But the only one where Terry's in. Come on,
and Newfoundland, of course. Yeah. But Radium area, East Kootenay, love that area of BC with the mountains. So I'll hone in on just one area and say BC.
That was just a subtle dig, ATR, just spitting right in your face there. Oh, unreal.
One, maybe even two, but just three that are surrounding me as I sit here in one of them that you didn't mention. It seemed a bit pointed.
Oh, yeah. He's subtly the Brad Marchand of the show, TR. You just don't know it, right?
That's what's happening.
Yeah.
Seeping. His chirps are going to start seeping in. Or the Lemieux non-pass. He chirps without even really having to chirp.
Yeah, that was fantastic. You're not going to Boston for the final, are you?
No, I I considered it, but I got to go to LA on Saturday. I got asked to play in this celebrity game with Steve Carell, Will Ferrell, Danny DeVito, a bunch of NHLers. Yeah, so I'm going to do it. Like,
well, of course you should.
Well, I got to speak in Toronto on the 26th at the Conn Smythe dinner, and then Alberta. I will be in Bonnyville, Alberta. I'm going to speak at a sports dinner, a fundraiser up there on the 28th, and then it's back to Sudbury. So I wasn't going to go because once I leave, I'm gone for the better part of 2 months. But this is an opportunity of a lifetime. And even, I mean, I can't believe I'm playing with the quote unquote celebrities. It's probably the first and only time this will ever happen.
Hey, they're bringing you out because they want a good hockey player. You should be able to dominate. And don't go easy on them. Like, I expect to see a video of Hitch going to end in this game.
No, well, the team we're playing against is the NHL Hall of Fame and alumni. I'm playing because I'm sure I get the invite because I can skate and I qualify because I'm on a TV show, but I don't know if there's going to be end to end. A lot of these guys retired like within the last few years and Hall of Fame and everything else.
I don't want excuses, TR. We want results, okay? We have a high standard.
I'm going to bring out clappers. You're not allowed to take slap shots.
Just say story afterwards. Oh, geez, I forgot. I didn't know.
Fire it high and hard. Get ready. Yep. Ladies tease for me.
That's what you should do. And then just say, boys, set the tone. They don't laugh. There you go.
If anybody got a free pass to do it, I think it would be someone from Shoresy.
Yeah. There you go. Or maybe drop the mitts. That's what you should do. Drop the mitts in the celebrity game.
I'll visit Newfoundland if TR goes viral for the celebrity game.
Okay, there you go.
I'll add it to the list.
Oh, I like it. TR, we'll see you on Thursday, my man.
Okay, thank you, Connor. Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Edmonton. And we'll speak in just a couple of days.
Let's get to the comment and a Sports 1440 update brought to you by Legacy Heating and Cooling. They are hiring right now, looking for HVAC installers and plumbers. Guess what? A sign-in hiring bonus for the right candidate. Also, you get strong benefits, RRSP matching, tuition reimbursement, and more. Look today at legacyheating.ca.
Update.
Boston Bruins announced that Charlie McAvoy will not play for Team USA in Thursday's Four Nation Face-Off final against Canada. There were reports that Quinn Hughes was making his way to Boston just in case. That is not true. He was on the ice earlier today with the Canucks in a non-contact jersey. The Toronto Blue Jays and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. were not able to come to an agreement on a contract extension ahead of the deadline. The star first baseman previously set, indicating he will test the free agent market in November. Jays management said they were aggressive on their offers, but Guerrero said that he and the team were not close in negotiations. The Edmonton Elks announced that they've officially signed defensive lineman Brandon Barlow. The 27-year-old suited up in all 18 games last season with the Ticats, recording 40 tackles and 5 sacks. In his last 32 CFL games, he's got 14 sacks on the quarterback. In the AJ tonight, Lloyd Minster taking on Grand Prairie. That'll get going at 7 in the WHL. Brandon hosting the Prince Albert Raiders at 6. Then at 5 o'clock, you got PWHL action as Minnesota takes on Montreal. Coming up in hour 4 of the Jason Gregor Show, we'll be joined by Mark Spector of Rogers Sportsnet and Derek Van Diest from NHL.com. I'm Connor Halley. This has been a Sports 1440 update.
Sports 1440 in West Edmonton Mall and Wetaskiwin. CKJR is a Stingray radio station.
Download the free Radio Player app and listen wherever you go.
Hockey is back. And Play Alberta, Alberta's #1 sportsbook and official partner of the Edmonton Oilers, has you covered with bigger offers, boosted odds, live betting, player props, and more. New to Play Alberta? New players now receive $200 in free bets just for signing up. You already play? Get a $10 free bet for every $100 you bet. Every week, all season long. Visit playalberta.ca and make your picks today. Bonus terms and conditions apply.
Introducing the new McSpicy from McDonald's. It looks like a regular chicken sandwich, but it's actually a spicy chicken sandwich. McSpicy. Consider yourself warned. Limited time only. Participate in McDonald's in Canada.
Is it Riverside Motorsports? No. It's Riverside Motorsports. Over 55 years in business, and people still get it wrong. Guess it's time to get it right.
Riverside Motorsports. What you do for fun is our business.
Are you tired of waking up tired? Are you tossing and turning all night and stiff and sore the next morning? If your sleep is suffering, it's time to visit the Brick Mattress Store. Their sleep experts will help you find the right support for a restful night's sleep. Back sleeper, side sleeper, hot or cold, there is a perfect mattress for you. Plus, with next day delivery, your best night's sleep could be tomorrow. Check out the Brick Mattress Store locations in Spruce Grove, South Edmonton, St. Albert, and Leduc, and start waking up refreshed.
Hey, sports fans, we've got a clear choice for you. At Crystal Glass, we provide customers with the perfect glass for any job. From home to auto and even commercial, installation or repairs, we're your team. Call 310 Glass or visit crystalglass.ca. Crystal Glass.
For years now, we've been warning Edmontonians on the hazards of our stormwater facilities. While they may appear to look like still ponds, there is moving water beneath the surface, which makes the ice dangerously... The unpredictability of stormwater facilities makes them treacherously unsafe for all winter activities, even walking. So think twice. Don't go on the ice. A safety message from EPCOR.
90 days? You're telling me I can buy a 2024 or 2025 Buick or GMC from Wolf GMC Buick and make no payments for 90 days? Whoa. And you're telling me there's more? It's the final days of GMC's employee pricing on remaining 2024 Sierra HDs and Yukons? Clearly now is the time to buy a new vehicle. I'm heading to Wolf GMC Buick, corner of 184th Street and Stony Plain Road. It's mere seconds east of the Anthony Henday.
Wolf GMC Buick. We're making it easy.
Need a solid foundation without the fuss? Richard and Kalina at DCL Pile Driving have your back. Locally owned, they offer straight, driven piles. No screwing around. Serving all of Alberta, DCL Pile Driving gets your foundation ready in hours with minimal ground disturbance. Perfect for tight spaces, whether it's for a deck, grain bins, or RTMs. Tell them the radio sent you and receive a special discounted rate. Call or text 587-322-PILE. DCL Pile Driving. Don't get screwed. Get piles driven.
Portions of this hour brought to you by eWell. Get your power play amped up with eWell, supplying the city of Champions and Alberta with quality electrical gear since 1975. eWell.ca is your partner in power.
The Jason Gregor Show, the best of Edmonton sports talk and beyond. This is Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
Welcome back. Lovely Tuesday afternoon. Gregor Halley, Sports 1440, sports1440.ca, Orders Nation, YouTube, Facebook, X, where you can watch the show. You can download the podcast. You can get the app. I know we got texts from people listening all over on the app, and they figured out that when you're in the U.S., if you're on 5G, you can pick it up. So it's great. Check it out at Play. All brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca. Of course, the Oilers were back on the ice today. They practiced today at 2 o'clock. They will practice again tomorrow. And then they'll fly on Thursday to Philly. They'll practice Friday. And then they will play Saturday and Sunday. Both will be 11, well, let's be honest, 10 after 11, Saturday and Sunday morning. Puck drops against the Flyers and the Capitals. Expect Connor McDavid after Thursday's game in Boston. He'll join the team in Philadelphia. He's not going to practice on Friday. He doesn't really need to. I think he's in pretty good shape. And then he'll play Saturday. Matt Savoy and Derek Ryan, due to Four Nations, are able to practice with the team. There's that doesn't count on your cap. It's just 2 extra practice spots for teams. But expect Matt Savoy to be activated and join the Oilers on their upcoming 5-game road trip. It starts in starts in Philly, goes to Washington, then they're in Tampa, Florida, and Carolina. As we get to the spec report brought to you by GS Construction, your underground infrastructure specialist, whether it's in your residence, making sure you got running water, or on the freeways, ensure you got a way to get home. That's what they do. All areas helping out GS Construction. As Mark Spector joins us. Spec, how you doing, my man?
Pretty fair. Some pretty good hockey in this tournament, huh?
Oh, buddy, it's been really good. It's fantastic. Hey, honestly, the Finland-Sweden game was great. And then the Canada-US game obviously ratcheted up a little bit, just a different type of rivalry, and started with the game that I can't recall that ever happening in a Canada-US game. Now, there'd been fights before. In 96, I remember, Lemieux and Kachuk had a pretty spirited tilt and a few others, but not bing, bang, boom in the first 9 seconds, Spec. You're probably spilling your beer all over you. You're that excited.
Yeah, I was excited. I got to admit, man, when those guys dropped the gloves right away and then another fight and another fight, I was like, all right, man, it's taking me back to 1976 here. And the fallout, right? I thought Hagel today, his quote today about how all he did was fight for his country. He wasn't fighting for the cameras, which was a shot at Tkachuk, and how we didn't have any group chats going on. It's all, it's organic. And I just, I always say this, Jay, I get why people don't like fighting. I understand it. I get how, we've maybe moved past it to a large extent, and I can have that conversation with anybody. But what we forget is fighting injected emotion into our sport on a nightly basis. And it doesn't mean we got to have fights every night. It's not me on a soapbox here. But I know for a fact that when you don't have fights, you got to find that emotion somewhere else. And a lot of nights pass where it doesn't get found, right? Where no one finds that emotion. And, the fighting was okay, but the emotion that came from the fighting, right, is what I think we didn't realize we missed. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think at the right time, and to me, I have no problem with fights when it's not like, you know what, in the late 90s and the 2000s, Specs, when you had kind of just certified fighters, guys would play 3-4 minutes. It wasn't good mentally for the players. It wasn't good for the skill set. It really wasn't good at all. Let's be honest. But
a lot of those guys suffered.
Yes. And it really wasn't greater for the game. And, but when you look at, Brendan Hagel, all these guys that are dropping the mitts, like JT Miller's a 100-point player. Matthew Tkachuk's a 100-point player, right? Like, Brady Tkachuk's the leader of his team. Sam Reinhart's a really good player, and go down the list. And Colton Parayko's a 20, Stanley Cup winner, 22-minute-a-night defenseman. Like, these are guys who play. They don't fight a lot. And I think that's what makes it more entertaining. No one's really getting hurt, when you don't have the certified goons going at it toe-to-toe, and that's okay. And we know it's not going to happen every game. It's the only game with a fight in the tournament, and might be the only game with a fight in the tournament. But it added to it, and it just, with everything else that was going on off the ice, and then you get to the game and the rivalry, and I appreciate the Americans saying, you know what, like, this generation of Americans have never beaten Canada, right? They lost in 2010, and these young kids were all watching, right? They lost again in 14, they lost in 16, like they never beat them. So they're like the big brother, and like, God, eventually I want to beat him. So I don't have a problem with them trying to send a message, and the Canadians match it. And hey, the Americans won the game. So, for them, like, that was one of the biggest games for USA hockey in a long, long time, right? Probably since 1996, if we're being honest. Yep. So that's good. And the NHL needs to grow in the United States more than it does in Canada. It can still grow and evolve and do some things better in minor hockey, no question. But I think that was good for the game. But, and I honestly expect the start of the tournament, if you look at my daily face-off prediction, I had USA beating Canada in the round robin, but I have Canada beating them in the final, because I think Canada played well in stretches, but there's certain areas of their game they can be better. Sidney Crosby's not going to have a giveaway like he did on that second goal. Is Binnington going to let in a weak one? I can't say for sure on that one, but I think Canada will do a better job of not passing up on some of their best opportunities.
We saw a different Canadian team against Finland, and yes, I know the opponent's not as strong. Finland's not as good as US, but we saw a completely different Canadian game. They shot way more pucks. They played a way more direct game offensively in the offensive zone, right? Guys went to the net, and I think it was the goal that Connor McDavid had the assist on, right? He fed it back to Sanheim, and Sanheim wired a wrist shot, and the rebound gets knocked in by Point. And that was, to me, a bit of a metaphor for the kind of game they want to play. They were shooting pucks and grabbing rebounds and making stuff happen. So, yes, I think, listen, they had the puck so much against the U.S., particularly in the third period, and generated almost nothing, Jason, right? Generated very little. Connor Hellebuyck, go back through that third period. He played as well as he had to play. He was not forced to make a bunch of saves that we watched on the highlight reel the next day. He was not forced to make those saves. I'm not saying he wouldn't have made them, but Canada didn't put him in a position where he had to. Yes, they will take a different approach, right? They'll take a different approach to the game Thursday night, and I can't wait for it, man. It's going to be, you'll be able to drive down the downtown streets of Edmonton. It'll almost be like it was last June, where the streets will be empty because everyone's watching hockey.
Oh, yeah, like Thursday night, I think
Yeah.
it's going to be it's going to be the most watched game in Canada and the US of the year because it's country, right? And so when you get into the Stanley Cup final, of course, if it's the Oilers, all of Edmonton's watching and some diehard fans are watching, but you're not going to have a bunch of Calgarians or other in case Edmonton has a chance to win. It's just how it is. But this is Canada and it's national pride. And so it's against the US and, it'll be a huge game and, it should be fun.
Well, and it's not June, Jay. It's not
Yeah.
late June. It's not June 23rd, right? When people are like, oh my God, like, I just can't, I'm sick of watching hockey and my summer's getting wasted here. So, an interesting study would be what were how many people watched Game 7 in Florida last year across the country versus how many people watch tomorrow? Thursday. I expect more to watch Thursday. But again, there's no other hockey on. It's the middle of February. It's hockey season, man. It's and it's the red Maple Leaf. That's going to be awesome. Everyone's coast to coast. They'll be watching this game.
Oh God. Yeah. So, it's, it'll be great. Like, I can't wait for it. The Oilers, Matt Savoy on the ice today. Now him and Derek Ryan are allowed due to the rules. So they don't count against the cap, but pretty good source tells me, expect Matt Savoy to go on the road trip and he's going to play. All the scouting reports we're getting from Bakersfield is, this is like the perfect development year for a young player, as it should be. They got him in. He's played every situation. He's played a lot of minutes. He's really taken pride when he's on the penalty kill. How I was told was he approaches it like a checker when he's on there. Like, he's not just thinking offense. He's blocking shots. He's getting in the lane. He's doing all the right things. And when they do get the puck, well, then his offense is taken over. And I think he's got 6 shorthanded points this year. But it's kind of, here's a guy who's earned it and deserved it. And kind of what's your expectations of Savoy? And do you think, this is just give him a little bit of a taste and then ultimately he's probably not here during the season? Or do you think that he can get here and stay here?
Depends on well he plays, right? I thought Leon Draisaitl, let the cat out of the bag a little bit today. We were talking to Leon after practice and someone asked him about Savoy. And his answer, gave a nice answer about how the kid plays. He says, yeah. So he says, let's have him for a couple games. Let's see how he plays. And, let's get to know the kid a bit. And I thought to myself, the way he said it sounded very much like he already knew that he was going to get a couple games in with this kid.
Yeah.
Maybe as a right winger, maybe Savoy's a right shot, right?
Yes.
Savoy's a right shot. Correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe as a right winger, maybe Arvidsson gets a night off here in Philly or in Washington, right? He's played, he was at Four Nations. Maybe he gets a day off and maybe you play Savoy in one of those games. And, I think they probably said Wally Pipp was only going to play one game too, and then he was going to sit down, or Lou Gehrig, I should say. Yeah. And you never know what happens. Never tell me that the kid's going to get 2 games and disappear. What if he scores 3 goals? He ain't disappearing. So let's see what he's got.
Oh yeah, no, I think they'll give him an opportunity. I wouldn't be shocked to see him in his first game start on Nugent Hopkins right wing. He's going to start in your top 9. I guarantee it. He's not coming here to start in your 4th line. He'll be in your top 9, especially with Noah Philp not coming here. You've got Henrique, Nugent Hopkins, Draisaitl, and McDavid. Those are your centers, right?
Yeah.
So now I guess you could always move Janmark if you had to, but I think that's kind of what we've seen, and we'll stick with that for a short time. My other question is, and we got a lot of text people wondering about McDavid, and he's playing so much. They come back, they play back to back. You think there's any chance he doesn't play in either one of those games, or do they just limit his ice time? Maybe.
I asked before he left if there was any plan, and now he may not tell me if there was, but I don't see him not playing in the games. I do see if the Oilers can get a bit of a lead and get a little comfort, I do see him getting a 16-minute night. I see that. I don't see him not dressing for a game personally. I would be very surprised to see the Oilers sit down. They're, the best player in the world. I would be very surprised if Connor McDavid agreed and said, this is a good idea. Unless he's dinged up, he's going to want to play. And the guy I'm watching now on TV doesn't look very dinged up, does he?
No, his last 2 games, man, he's looked great. You know, he scored the first goal in both of those games, and you know, McDavid, I think we showed last year in the playoffs and other years in the playoffs. He elevated, as strange as it is, like he can still elevate his game from what he is in the regular season, and he's done it again here. And you know, there are little nuances that you can always learn from when you're around the best players, and Crosby. And hey, McDavid's one of the best players, so you know, but you know, Barkov, whatever you play against those guys, the pace of the game when he comes back it's going to be lower. Let's be honest. Every regular season game is going to be lower than the pace of those games in this tournament. And you know what? So I don't have much concern. The other thing is McDavid historically gets better later in the season. The numbers don't lie. Like March is his most productive month of the season. And, you know, that's later when some guys are nicked up. He just always seems to get better. So I wouldn't have a concern. On the other side, there's Leon Draisaitl, who comes in and is leading the league in goals and is playing great, and he is going to be fresh as a daisy. And so I could see 29 just, you know, running roughshod here a little bit.
Well, and you could certainly see Knobloch leaning on 29 a little bit more in the next few games, right? Give him a little extra ice time, maybe give McDavid, you know, back off of Connor McDavid a little bit. But it is incredible the speed at which the game's being played in this best on best. You know, I guess we forget. I guess we, you know, I certainly am taken aback at the execution, at just the pedigree of the hockey, Jay. Like, it's 40 guys who are playing the game at such a high level that and even in the dressing room today, that's the first thing Stu Skinner said to me. He says, I couldn't believe watching it on TV. He said, it is so fast down there. And today's NHL is mighty quick, right? So for these guys to come together and play and raise the speed of the game even more, I guess that tells you why we love the best on best hockey so much, huh? This has not disappointed this tournament, not disappointed one bit.
No, none whatsoever. Speaking of Skinner, did you get any sense on who's starting, Philly or Washington?
I didn't. You know what? I mean, Skinner was in the starter's net today, so. Does he start? You know, they got pulled his last game. Do you throw him in against Philly? I'm clearly making the assumption that one guy plays in Philly and one guy plays in Washington. Don't ask me who's playing both. If I'm guessing, it's Skinner. He was in the starter's net today, but it's Tuesday today, and the game's not till Saturday, so not sure.
Yeah, Spec. We'll chat with you later. Enjoy the night.
All right, thanks, Jake. That's
Mark Spector. The Spec Report brought to you by GS Construction. When we return, Kevin Woodley, all things goaltending. Demko injured again. We'll talk about the Four Nations, Binnington, much more in the Gregor Show, presented by PlayAlberta.ca.
Thinking for love, and you're about to fall hard for the vehicle of your dreams. Presenting the outstanding 2025 XC90 from Volvo Cars Edmonton. Right now, you can lease your 2025 XC90 plug-in hybrid from 1.49% and save $4,600. Or finance a 2025 XC60 from 1.49% and save $1,500. All while being deeply infatuated by the newly upgraded, highly attractive body and wheel design. Volvo Cars Edmonton. VolvoCarsEdmonton.com. 1205 101 Street Southwest.
Mr. Rooter travels the world.
Buongiorno, Italy. Nothing beats immersing oneself in another culture. Ooh, look at that. What an intricate design. Huh, wow. What a weird way to turn on the shower. OMG, a dedicated porcelain bidet. Do I try it? Well, when in Rome. Oh, my. This beats that robot toilet in Japan.
All plumbing roads lead to Mr. Rooter.
Attention drivers, it's the midwinter tire clearance sale at Fountain Tire. Right now, you can save up to 20% off all in-stock winter tires. That's right, premium brands, unbeatable safety, and incredible savings. But don't wait, this sale ends March 8th. And once they're gone, they're gone. Contact your local Fountain Tire for complete details.
A battle in the Cattails is coming February 22nd and 23rd at Cattail Crossing Golf and Winter Club. Bike, ATV, and for the first time ever, high-octane UTV ice racing. Feel the thrill as racers battle it out on the ice. Want to race? Register now at cattailcrossing.ca. Just want to watch? Grab your tickets on Eventbrite. Only $10 for individuals, $20 for families. It's going to be an action-packed weekend with all the high-speed ice racing at Cattail Crossing Golf and Winter Club.
Oodle noodle
origins. In 1864, Francis Oodle took over his dying father's business as a leatherman. He was quite proficient, but his heart was never truly in the trade. After his father's death, Oodle met a cocksure young man named Vladimir Nudell, who was a trailblazer in the popular new art of food boxes. They formed a partnership and aimed to ply their trade in the New World. At Ellis Island, Nudell was renamed David Noodle, and henceforth, the franchise has been known as Oodle Noodle.
Come on, Ed. Nissan is proudly celebrating 60 years in Canada. The rugged Pathfinder is a powerhouse of towing capability and was awarded a 2022 and 2023 IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus. Lease the 2024 Pathfinder SL Premium for 0.99% for up to 36 months. Plus, get $500 loyalty bonus for qualifying Nissan customers. Conditions apply. See nissan.ca for details.
Visit your local Edmonton and area Nissan dealer for more information.
Don't settle for being on the rate of last resort if you don't have to be. Check your most recent electricity bill. If it says the words rate of last resort on it, then there are likely better options available for you. In fact, you could save hundreds of dollars per year by switching plans. Check your bill, then go to ucahelps.ca to explore your options. You will likely find a better rate and could have hundreds more in your pocket by the end of the year. A message from the Government of Alberta.
He's done it all. Grammy Awards, Billboard hits, over 10 million albums sold. Live in 2025, River Cree Resort and Casino proudly presents the one and only T.I. March 8th in the venue. T.I. Live. Tickets on sale now at rivercreeresort.com.
River Cree Resort and Casino. Excitement. Bet on it.
Putting your name in people's minds and hearts starts with Above and Beyond Promotions. They'll put it on anything and everything else. See your company name and logo displayed on almost anything you can imagine, from t-shirts and hats to backpacks, shopping bags, pens, USB drives, and much, much more. Above and Beyond Promotions specializes in making your name known for company meeting promotions, gifts, and more. Above and Beyond Promotions, official promotional supplier of Sports 1440. Visit abpromo.ca.
Right about now.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Papa John's. It's Terrific Tuesday. Get 40% off any regular price pizza when you use the code word 40Tuesday at the start of each pizza order at papajohns.ca.
The Jason Gregor Show, the best of Edmonton sports talk and beyond. This is Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
.30. Welcome back on a busy Tuesday afternoon. The last real cold day. You got through it. Look yourself in the mirror as you drive home, maybe. Well, you keep your eyes on the road and just say, hey, I made it. Because it can be challenging, right? It gets a little bit kind of demoralizing. Like my dog doesn't even want to go for a walk. Now, she's pretty tiny. So actually, for the first time, I took my dog because I searched around. Canadian Tire allows you to. So I took my dog, and oh my goodness, it was like it was Christmas for her. It was all these scents she's never been through. Walked all around. We found the dog food aisle. Oh my goodness. Oof. I think she must have smelled every bag. It was like the greatest 45 minutes of her life. So I did purchase something too. But huge shout out to Canadian Tire because that hadn't walked her in a few weeks just because it was so damn cold. She doesn't like it. Like literally, she's out there. It's like the old Abe Simpson, out the door, in, out, no problem. So, minus 15, she'll be out there all day, but minus 30, a little too much for old young Mabel. Not a big fan. Now, let's get to the oil report brought to you by Volvo Cars Edmonton, where right now, get a sweet deal on a 2025 XC90 plug-in hybrid where you can lease it for 1.49% and save $4,500. Only at VolvoCarsEdmonton.com as we welcome back to the show every Tuesday from NHL.com. Covers the Oilers, Canucks, the Flames, and the Jets. Derek Van Diest joins us. DVD, did you happen to see the Alphonso Davies big game-winning goal earlier today?
No, I didn't actually. I was doing some work and then I went over to Oilers practice. So I unfortunately missed it. I heard about it though. I'll have to check that out on the replays.
Yeah,
But,
well, he did end
yeah.
up signing in Bayern Munich and seems relaxed and scored a pretty big goal for them in that match.
Yeah, he didn't play last week, so I wasn't sure if he was going to play this week. He wasn't in the lineup last week in that game. So I wasn't sure, but yeah, it would have been nice to see him play this week. Unfortunately, I missed it because I was down at Oilers skate this afternoon. They're back on the ice, so
Well,
that's
DVD, when work gets in the way of enjoyment, that's just life, eh? That's just kind of
exactly that happens. Yeah.
Well, let's start with the orders and down there. And Matt Savoy on the ice with Derek Ryan. They're allowed 2 extra players, but Matt Savoy, it's not just going to be here for 2 practice days. I'm hearing that he will be going on the road trip for the Edmonton Oilers, likely activated just for salary cap purposes, either Friday or Saturday. How did he look today? And what do you think the expectations are? Who is he skating on a line on today? Because I know they started skating at 2:00.
Yeah, he was on a line with Leon Draisaitl. They skated together, and they skated. I can't remember who was on that. Who was the third pair in that lineup? But they skated together, and they skated together in pairs. And so I don't expect him to play with Leon Draisaitl. I expect him to play probably on the third line. But it'll be interesting to see what he can do and what he can bring to the game. He's obviously a highly skilled player. So you have to play him in offensive situations. I think if you want him to succeed, you got to play him in roles that he can succeed in, and those would be highly skilled situations. Talking to Chris Knobloch today, he said he totally earned this call-up. He's been playing well down on the farm. He's been working hard. And so this isn't just something that they're going to call up, just have a look. He's earned this call-up and going on the road trip, and we'll see how they deploy him and how they play him. But yeah, and I think it'd be very interesting to see what Oilers fans what they have in him. Obviously, a local guy, played here a little bit before he went down to the United States to play U.S. college hockey. So it'll be interesting, and I think we all want to see what he's able to do at the NHL level.
Yeah, it's well deserved. There's a young guy, and I think the organization today has done a very good job in developing him and get him tons of minutes, and most importantly, just allow him to build his confidence while you're down in the American League. And just, it's a big jump from junior to the AHL. I've talked to so many players, and some would argue it's a bigger jump there than it is the jump from the AHL to the NHL, because it just, everybody's stronger and bigger and faster. And you're kind of used to when you come out of junior as a 19-year-old, you kind of dominated physically and in a lot of areas. And then you come up and now every guy, you're like, oh my God, like some guys are 10 years older than you suddenly than guys, 2 or 3 years younger. So I think it's worked really well for him. He showed his intelligence and everything else. They haven't had to rush him. And, who knows how long he'll be here. Hopefully for his sake, it's the rest of the season. That's great for him. And if not, it's not the end of the world either. Lots of guys have gone up and gone back down and then come back up. But, I think Edmonton is looking, they need. And I'm not saying it's going to be Savoy because I don't think they want to put that much pressure on him. But I think at some point he'll get a look with Draisaitl. I'm with you. It might not be the first game. It might be Nugent Hopkins on the third line. But they are looking, DVD, for somebody. You don't need a big time shooter with Leon Draisaitl. You need someone that can keep the play going, but then somebody who can finish at a higher rate than the finishing they're getting right now from second line winger.
Yeah, and Leon Draisaitl, we talked to him today. He was in a good mood. So we got good Leon today. He's pretty happy. He's excited to be back. And he said what he's looking for in a winger, someone to go in the corners and get him the puck so then he can turn it over. So I think that was pretty funny he was talking about today. But exactly. I think they're going to get a look. I think the Oilers want to see what they have before they go out and try and trade for someone, because you don't want to make a trade for a player that you already have in your system. So I think they want to give these guys a look. And they want to get a chance to see if they're going to develop into NHL players. There's no pressure on him. He's going to come up here, get a look, similar to what Noah Felp did, and then they'll go from there. There's no timeline here. It's not. He's only here for a little while, and then he's going to be going. He's going to be here for as long as he's an effective player. If he can be an effective player in the lineup, he's going to stay in the lineup. And I think that's the situation heading towards the March 7th trade line. You want to know what you have in your own system before you start going out and getting players from other systems. So it's going to be interesting here next couple of weeks, and it's going to be a big road trip for the Oilers. This is a tough trip. They got back-to-back. They got some good teams in playing some tough buildings. So it's going to be a good way to kind of get back in the flow of things here for Edmonton.
Yeah. John Klingberg played 5 games. He's talked very honestly about his game, what he's liked, and, the areas of his game. Like, I kind of look back, like, John Klingberg is still, like, if you look at the orders in the month of October and how many players were, their game wasn't where you want it to be, 10, 11 games, and then boom, they kind of got on track. And that was after preseason. He's had none of that. And, I think Klingberg, like, he's got 27 games here before the playoffs. And I've liked what I've seen in 5 games based on what my expectations were. And now coming out of this break, I'm kind of curious to see, where he'll be in another 10 games or so, because there's been some positives. And then there's areas like his timing is a little bit off, he said, at spaces. And it's just, I don't see how you can rush it. But do you think the Oilers look for another right D, or are you like me and think they're just going to get a depth left defenseman?
You know what? I'm with you. I think I like Klingberg, and I think you're right. He's coming in here. Everyone's in midseason form, and he's playing catch up. So however long that takes to, this guy hasn't played, what, is it 15 months he hasn't played? So it's been a long time since he's played hockey, and he's playing catch up. I think if they'll go out there and see what's available. And I was doing some trade research, and there's a lot of available right shot Ds, but you're right. If they feel that they're good on the right side, then they'll go and maybe get a shutdown left defenseman. But I think this is a guy that has a lot of skill, and he was playing hurt for a long time, and he admitted that he played hurt when he was in Toronto. He said the hips are bothering him, and he just couldn't be the player that he was in Dallas earlier in his career. And I know when he signed here, there's a lot of voices in Toronto saying, you know what, we don't think this guy can play anymore. But it seems to me that he can still make plays. He's still a smart defenseman. He can still move the puck, and he's getting around the ice not so bad. So if he's playing healthy for the first time in a few years, yeah, then maybe you're set at that position. Maybe you're not going to have to go and find some guy. And I think, yeah, these next 25, 26, 27 games are going to give him an opportunity to try and get up to speed. And if he gets up to speed, then you have a pretty good defenseman, and you have now you've kind of shored up one side of the defense that you're looking to kind of shore up. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how he progresses. But early on, yeah, I'd like the early returns. And I think he's a smart guy. And I think when you're a smart guy, that doesn't go away. It's physically, maybe you can't do the things that you did before. But you can tell he's a smart guy, and he knows where to make plays with the puck. And I think it's just going to get better and better and better. And his timing's going to get better. His conditioning's going to get better. His skating's going to get better. Everything's going to get better going forward. So I think the owners will be happy with him in the long run.
You mentioned when you spoke to Leon, did he talk about now he's been playing great. He's been feeling it all year long, but getting a break like this long in a season for a guy who plays that much, like, does he feel refreshed?
He does. He feels refreshed. He feels mentally refreshed. And he said, he's got a few days here to kind of find his legs to get back up to speed. And he wants to pick up where he left off. But what we said that was interesting is, like, he's not going to force it. He's not going to force it. He's going to let the game come to him, go out there and play the game. If it doesn't happen in the first period when he comes back, second period, he's just going to let the game flow, and he's not going to put too much pressure on himself to pick up right where he left off. Obviously, he's chasing Nathan McKinnon for the scoring race. He's got 40 goals. Now he's looking for his 50th goal season. So there's a lot on the line for him, but he does look refreshed, and I think he said mentally it was as good a break as it was physically, because you get away, you don't think about hockey for a little bit, you come back, okay, now you're ready for the stretch drive. And I think, to be honest, I think it's a good thing that for Oilers fans that he didn't have to go to the Four Nations, or he didn't have to play in this tournament, because he could step away from hockey and just mentally refresh and go right into the stretch drive. So I think it's going to be good for him, good for the team, and I think it's going to help the team in the long run.
Yeah, well, it's good for him. But here's the thing. McDavid wins, and he ain't nearly as fatigued as the Americans who lose. Right. That's just, his DVD, right? So you win and you come back. He's all excited. And, you come into your team, and, him playing a game on Monday and Thursday and then playing Friday, Saturday, like that's just a normal week. Now, obviously the games are maybe a little bit more intense. Sure. But anything when you win, the fatigue level is infinitely less than for the team who loses.
Yeah, for sure. And then the other thing too, Jason, I'm pretty sure he's not flying all the way back home to fly back out east. So he's going to stay there. So he doesn't have to worry about that travel when the team gets here. The team has to fly across the country, but he's already out there. He's already been on that time zone for whatever has been a week and a half, 2 weeks. So yeah, I think that's going to help as well, that he doesn't have to put in those long travel miles. He'll already be there with the team ready to go.
Yeah, no, he's not going to have to travel. Now, what about Ekholm and Arvidsson? Are they they weren't on the ice today?
They weren't, but I heard that they did come back because the Oilers are going to practice tomorrow, and then I think they're flying out Thursday, as I recall. So they have one more practice tomorrow. But it's a long trip. They've been away from their families, and they have Ekholm has a young family, so I think they'd want to come home for a couple of days, get reacquainted with the family before they go off on another 2-week road trip. So I think that's the situation with them. They weren't on. I don't think they were on the ice today, or I don't think they were, but but my understanding is that they are coming back, and they'll probably practice with the team tomorrow and then fly with them out on Thursday.
Yeah, for sure. DVD, thanks for this. Quickly, what was your thoughts so far on Four Nations?
I think it's great. I really enjoyed it. And, I said this to a couple of people. To me, that once you put that jersey on, that the Canadian jersey or the U.S. jersey, you're playing for your country, that does something to a player. That means something to a player. So the ones that said it was going to be an all-star, it was never going to be all-star intensity. Once the puck was dropped, you're playing for pride. And another thing, too, is that these guys are in mid-season form. It's kind of similar to when I went to the World Cup in 2022. Everyone was in mid-season form, so they were going 100 miles an hour. Usually Canada Cups or things like that are before the season, and the World Championships are after the season, so you don't get the players right in mid-season form. And I think that's the one thing that's really benefited this tournament. Is all these guys are sharp. They're all in great shape. They're all ready to go, and that's why they're going 100 miles an hour right now.
DVD, have yourself an awesome day, and we will chat with you next Tuesday.
Sounds good. Thanks for having me on.
That is Derek Van Diest from NHL.com. Quick break. We'll come back, wrap things up. We got a lot of text to get to. 833-401-1440. 833-401-1440 in our inbox.
Hockey is back, and Play Alberta, Alberta's #1 sportsbook and official partner of the Edmonton Oilers, has you covered with bigger offers, boosted odds, live betting, player props, and more. New to Play Alberta? New players now receive $200 in free bets just for signing up. You already play? Get a $10 free bet for every $100 you bet. Every week, all season long. Visit playalberta.ca and make your picks today. Bonus terms and conditions apply.
The job isn't done until the last load is hauled, and having a semi-trailer out of commission is not an option. Whether replacing or adding to your convoy, Edmonton Trailer has a huge inventory of new and used semi-trailers, trusted by the gravel, logging, oil field, fluids, and freight industries. Find a trailer right for you online or at one of their 3 locations. For sales, service, parts, rental, and finance, when you're in it for the long haul, Edmonton Trailer.
Bringing every project to life requires the right team. By joining the Japa Machinery Group service or sales teams, you can be part of setting a new industry standard. Celebrating a legacy of excellence with Japa. Learn more at japamachinery.com.
Are you tired of waking up tired? Are you tossing and turning all night and stiff and sore the next morning? If your sleep is suffering, it's time to visit the Brick Mattress Store. Their sleep experts will help you find the right support for a restful night's sleep. Back sleeper, side sleeper, hot or cold, there is a perfect mattress for you. Plus, with next day delivery, your best night's sleep could be tomorrow. Check out the Brick Mattress Store locations in Spruce Grove, South Edmonton, St. Albert, Leduc, and start waking up refreshed.
Introducing the new McSpicy from McDonald's. It looks like a regular chicken sandwich, but it's actually a spicy chicken sandwich. McSpicy. Consider yourself warned. Limited time only. Participate in McDonald's in Canada.
Need a solid foundation without the fuss? Richard and Kalina at DCL Pile Driving have your back. Locally owned, they offer straight, driven piles. No screwing around. Serving all of Alberta, DCL Pile Driving gets your foundation ready in hours with minimal ground disturbance. Perfect for tight spaces, whether it's for a deck, grain bins, or RTMs. Tell them the radio sent you and receive a special discounted rate. Call or text 587-322-PILE. DCL Pile Driving. Don't get screwed. Get piles driven.
Looking at the Alberta weather forecast, wild, unpredictable, brutally tough.
When the weather turns tough, Titan Supply doesn't back down. Titan Supply has been protecting workers from conditions like this for 50 years. We stand tall with you against the elements with the industry's best rigging, hauling, and lifting products to get you home safe. Tire chains, wire rope, round slings, chain slings, and a whole lot more. Titan Supply in Edmonton, Grand Prairie, Red Deer, and Calgary. Online at titansupply.ca. Lift, dig, haul. Hair Aware with Dr. Vance Elliott.
Hey, Doc, I really want my hair restoration to fly under the radar, but I recently read that men have to shave their heads and go full Lex Luthor before treatment.
The majority of my patients don't require head shaving because we can work around it. I can perform a no-shave FUE transplant or an FUT transplant if we determine that a transplant is necessary. Let's discuss your options.
Trust a world-renowned expert in hair restoration. Book an appointment at drvanceelliott.com today.
Come on in. Nissan is proudly celebrating 60 years in Canada. Our best-selling Rogue is built for everyday adventure and features standard all-wheel drive and dual-zone automatic climate control. Lease the 2025 Rogue for 30 months or finance for 24 months at 0.99%. Plus, get $1,000 anniversary bonus cash. Offer available on S all-wheel drive model. Conditions apply. See Nissan.ca for details.
Visit your local Edmonton and area Nissan dealer for more information.
Is it Riverside Motorsports? No. It's Riverside Motorsports. Over 55 years in business, and people still get it wrong. Guess it's time to get it right.
Riverside Motorsports. What you do for fun is our business.
A premier hockey solution with a clear path for long-term development is proud to be entering its 8th season of independent borderless hockey, featuring provincial and cross-province competition with showcase-style regular season gameplay and a strong commitment to individual skill development. It's an attractive option for those seeking family life balance. The Hockey Super League offers opportunities for both male and female athletes born between 2012 and 2017. Visit hockeysuperleague.com for more information.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Crystal Glass, your clear choice for residential windows, locally manufactured and installed. Crystal Glass provides a beautiful product and incredible customer services for all of your residential needs. Call 310 Glass or visit crystalglass.ca for a quote.
The Jason Gregor Show, the best of Edmonton sports talk and beyond. This is Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
Welcome back to Gregor Show, presented by PlayAlberta.ca. Remember, use the promo code Gregor50 and you'll get a free $50 play at PlayAlberta.ca. Are you feeling patriotic? Well, put it on Canada Thursday if you like. Stay within your limits at PlayAlberta.ca. Lots and lots of text coming into the text in line at EWEL. They're your partner in power since 1975 for all your electrical needs. EWEL.ca. Hey, guys, after watching Sweden this Four Nations, are we still concerned Arvidsson can't raise his play? I saw a totally different player in these games. He was skating, hitting, taking the puck. So is that he's saving himself for the playoffs? Or is that the Oilers' possession game limits his rambunctious style? No, I don't think Edmonton's possession game hurts his style at all. This game is just more intense, man. Like, this is playoffs, and guys will elevate their game come playoff time. There's no argument in my mind. We've seen Oiler fans have seen Arvidsson do it against them in previous playoffs. So it was, to me, Arvidsson just isn't finishing. Like, I was looking at his shot rate, like his shots per 60 is actually a little bit lower than what he's had in previous years. Not like dramatically, but slightly. Like, he's played 10 years in the NHL, and he's still amongst all NHL forwards. Victor Arvidsson ranks 10th in shots per 60 at 5-on-5. Now, he doesn't play, as many minutes as other guys. I get it, but it's just when he's out there, he's getting shots. Now, not scoring a lot. And I do wonder if a guy like Leon Draisaitl has never been a high volume shooter. And I don't actually think he needs a high volume shooter winger because he beats teams on possession. Yeah, he'll beat you off the rush sometimes. But where they really wear down teams is when they're able to cycle the puck. And when Draisaitl gets the puck, it's rare that you can take it off of him, right? So he wants a line mate that can cycle and work with him, obviously help him get the puck. And then once he has it, cycle it around, give it back to him, and then find the opening areas. And then when you get a good look, you got to bury it. So you don't have to be a high volume shooter. You need to be you probably need more of an accurate shooter to succeed with Draisaitl. That's what I think they need. So, and there's always talk about, hey, this winger scored a lot of goals. Would he work with Draisaitl? Well, is he a puck possession guy or is he just a high volume shooter? I'm not sold a high volume shooter works with Draisaitl. And the other thing is Draisaitl is a lot of times he's the shooter. So he's a unicorn, man. Like he's if he's not the best passer in the game, he's second best passer. I'm not sure who's better when you look at his prowess passing forehand and backhand. He's great at both, and he's leading the league in goals. So he's leading the league in 5-on-5 points. Like it's been unreal. And maybe Matt Savoy will get a few looks at them. We'll see. Maybe Jeff Skinner will continue to get a few looks. Skinner, by the way, 13th in the NHL. So the Oilers have two guys there. They're wingers, 10th and 13th in 5-on-5 shots per 60, but definitely not in goals per 60 is an area that they need to get better in a little bit. Hey, guys, do you think Hyman, Wilson, Byfield, and Scheifele make Team Canada, or do you think due to international rules and officiating, some of these guys won't be as effective? Well, Hyman's not a real big run it all over guys, nor is Byfield or Scheifele for that matter. Tom Wilson can be aggressive. Tom Wilson has 24 goals in 55 games this year for Washington. Big, fast, strong. Against certain teams, I think it helps. Like when I look at Canada's roster, now it's 3 games. And so guess what? Some of these guys could be here after 3 games and have no points, and people be saying, not everybody's going to score, right? They're not all going to score. And some guys, it's hard to be effective in 10, 11 minutes when you're used to playing 17 or 18. So I look at it and say, okay, if Tom Wilson again next year is having this many points, so yeah, like I said it all along, Zach Hyman would have been on my team for a few reasons. Like I have instant chemistry with my best player. That matters in a short tournament. I'm a firm believer. And so maybe that's something they look and say, geez, we experimented with a lot of guys. Like, I don't know why it took him 3 games to put Braden Point there. I would have put him there in game 1. But hey, it's worked, and all that matters is they're playing well now. But I don't think those guys are locks. There'll be some changes, though, for sure. Right? There'll be some guys who are on the team now that won't be on there next year. It's just how it is. It's always evolving. Now, if they win, if you're on the winning team, yeah, you're going to get a little bit longer of a look, but there's going to be some changes because sadly there'll probably be some injuries, but there'll be some changes. Coming up tomorrow, we got a very special guest joining us for Business of Sports, so I look forward to that coming up at 4 o'clock. Also, we'll talk more Elks make another big signing here on the D line. So we'll talk a little green and gold, more Four Nations, and the Oilers. Mandy Savoy will join us, and maybe a special guest by the Nuge. Let's get to the comment. A Sports 1440 update brought to you by Legacy Heating and Cooling. They remind you tomorrow afternoon, the Edmonton Food Bank, Legacy Heating has teamed up to help them because they need a lot of help this time of year to help a lot of Edmontonians. And you can meet Ryan Nugent-Hopkins 1 until 3 o'clock. Check it out at the Food Bank. Brought to you by Legacy Heating and Cooling.
This is a Sports 1440 update.
Boston Bruins announcing today that Charlie McAvoy will not play for the United States in Thursday's Four Nation Face-Off final against Canada. He also had reports that Quinn Hughes was on his way to Boston just in case. That's not true. He practiced with the Canucks in a non-contact jersey earlier this afternoon. From the majors, Toronto Blue Jays and Vladdy Guerrero Jr. were not able to come to an agreement on an extension that had been set by the first baseman, indicating he will test free agency next November. Jays management said they were aggressive in their offers, but Guerrero said that he and the team were not close to an agreement during the negotiation. From the CFL, the Edmonton Elks officially signed defensive lineman Brandon Barlow. The 27-year-old had 5 sacks last season in 18 games with the Tiger Cats. In his last 32 games, he's got 14 sacks. And on the ice tonight in the AHA, you got Lloyd Minster heading to Grand Prairie, taking on the Storm. That'll start at 7, coming up in about 10 minutes' time in the WHL. Brandon hosting PA. And after 20 minutes out in Montreal, the Frost on top of Montreal 1-0. Coming up next year on Sports 1440, it's Fox Sports Radio. We've got live local coverage resuming tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. on the Kevin Carius Show. I'm Connor Halley. This has been a Sports 1440 update.
Sports 1440, a Stingray radio station broadcasting on Treaty 6 territory.
Download the free iHeartRadio app and listen to CKJR wherever you go.
Hey, did you know you can get a free drink today?
Nice. I love free drinks.
Yeah, Booster Juice called your name today on the Booster Rewards app, so you get a free smoothie, booster mixer, or fresh juice.
Well then, why are we still sitting here just talking about it?
Watch for your name on the Booster Rewards app and social media. 2 names every day, all February long. Must be a Booster Rewards app member. For complete details, visit boosterjuice.com.